There it goes. All right, there we are. So now I can go to the YouTube front end on the other account, the one that Social Stream Blade sees, and then I can hit refresh, pulls up YouTube. Then because the YouTube chat URL changes every time, I now have to go over here and then pop it out. I wish that was a consistent URL, but it's not. If it was, then I could assign it to a Stream Deck button and it would just come up every time. But I got to do that song and dance. This is the music we're listening to, as well as my monitoring windows. Okay, and then over here, I have the Social Stream Blade, which is where I see both YouTube and Twitch comments. That is in place of the side windows that you guys get to see. And of course, the monitor window where everything happens. This is where the magic happens. It's a setup. It is a setup, is what it is. Gonad has his whole thing, but mine is just a little bit different. I guess if I were to expand this anymore, what I could do is get another monitor that would go up. It would go up here, and then I would have the video monitor up on that one, and I'd have this one to actually like play with and have a little bit more real estate. But for now, it's like, here's all of my spillover chats and moderation. Here's my video monitor window, and then here is the work window and chats on the corner of that. Madness, madness, utter madness. You know, if I was just a little overlay, if I didn't have such an interesting shop, or if we were working on like computer modeling in like if I had like an office, if I turned the partial TV room that never gets used behind me into an office, then I could have a separate like put up a green screen behind me, and then I would be a little bother in the corner who's pointing that stuff up above. But I think what we have works because now that I've moved the monitor up, I'm not looking like this anymore when I'm programming. It actually looks like I'm looking at that screen, and then I've still got my co-host, which is the background. So that's how we do. The thonk with the sunglasses, or the think with the sunglasses, is actually pretty good. I like that. I like that. Should make that into an emote. Actually, if I make exactly that into an emote, and then somebody purchases the sunglasses or whatever with channel points, and then puts it on, they'll get ripped off because the sunglasses will look exactly the same. How does this work? Moonraker is available pre-installed the following Raspberry Pi images: Mainsail and FluidPi. Docker containers, Moonraker via Docker, printed by I can't read these. I can't, my mouth does not move that way. Sweet container, which allows you to run Clipper in Docker. I don't know what any of that means. Included support for Octoprint and Moonraker. Challenges. Oh, no, changes. I read that as challenges. This is not very much documentation, is it? Docs. Where do I start? Home Assistant, installation, Moonraker, printer objects, user changes, web API. See, the thing is, this is talking about just like this, but with a CNC lightsaber. Huh? What? CNC lightsaber? We do need to do the CNC project soon, because all the parts that I got for Burn the Subs are like perfect for a CNC. Although I'll have to get a different driver board, because that Granite Devices driver board that I bought so long ago was specifically purchased for Burn the Subs. So I have this one here. This is going to become the old one, and then I'll have an this is actually a pretty good one, but I anticipate that this Burn the Subs is going to be up for a few years, maybe, unless I like die, but then I don't know, but yeah, I assume that this Burn the Sub is going to be up for a little while. It'll probably fill pretty quickly, but in the meantime, the robot arm version of Burn the Subs, I'm reserving the Granite Devices driver for that, the SimuCube. I may need to buy another one. It depends on how successful this is, because the original Burn the Subs made me enough money to make multi-$1,000 purchases of motor drivers and stuff, and so we've got these really swank motors and like really nice servo motors and stuff, so I want those to control like a really elegant robot arm, a pair of really elegant robot arms that'll move around and do cool stuff. And so that'll be the more advanced controller. A CNC, if I'm building a little desktop CNC for myself, I am going to use just stepper motors, because stepper motors are just fine for that purpose. And so in order to control stepper motors, I want a nice controller, so I got to get one of these. If I sub, you'll burn me. No, thank you. You're the only person with that sentiment that I've seen in decades. Usually they're like, burn me, bother. And I'm like, no, you're a pervert. But yeah, anyway. So yeah, reserving the Granite Devices controller. Unfortunately, that's going to collect dust in the corner for a while. Because I'm not really that, I don't have a good sense of what kind of money is going to roll in if I get the board running again. I don't have a good sense of that. There's more people on Twitch now, and I'm really hoping that I can make some waves with it when I get it done. But as of right now, everybody knows exactly what the project's going to be. So I don't know if I can make waves. You know, I posted the old project to Hackaday. I emailed them on their tip line like they used to do, but they have such a preference for people who are doing projects on their own forums that I just got passed over. They just didn't care. I think like one maker blog posted about the project, and that was it. My press package was probably not that great. I don't know what a good press package looks like. So, I don't know. I'll have to figure that out. I'll have to figure that one out. And then I probably need like a project video, right? I probably will need to make a project video, and there's like 10 million hours of footage of me doing stuff with this. So once again, I'll have to spool up all the video editing stuff and make a bunch of e-waste on all of my drive. I look forward to it, actually. Editing is fun. It kind of sucks, but it's fun. Just like half of the chatters, yeah. One good thing about flush cutters is that you can use them on your fingernails. They're like exactly built for trimming fingernails perfectly. Look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful flush fingernails. Why is this bin seems to be having a bad time? I need to get this one out of here. This is the weirdest flush cutter that I have. I think this one's meant for like a factory setting where you'd have this thing hanging on like a spool that you could pull down on, and then for some reason it cuts like this. I guess if you're going to be cutting leads all day, it's good to have a different, you know, instead of having this motion. Although they're kind of the same motion. This one uses the thumb muscle, unless you don't want it to. Wait, no, you pretty much have to. I guess if your fingers get tired, I don't know. I don't see the utility. Anyway, that goes back in the drawer. I guess I got to put it in the bottom drawer of the tool drawer. That's not really going to fit. And then here are those pliers that I was looking for. These, I would love to get another pair of these, but I haven't been able to find them. They're tube pinching pliers. If I had two pair, I mean, a pair of forceps does the same thing, but forceps are a bit more strong. They pinch harder, and I don't like them. The silicone rubber hoses are not that great at being pinched. So this, when you're working with like your car's, I don't know, whatever system that has smaller tubes running to it, like a heater core or something, you can pinch off the tube and then you don't spill shit all over the place. And that really helps in water cooling in the way that I'm doing it, because I've got all of these silicone rubber hoses, and then this thing can just come in and pinch it off, and then I can remove a component and replace it. So I should have bought a pair of these. I only bought one. I'm going to look them up right now. I'm going to look them up. Let me see if I can buy another one right now. So what are we looking for? Tube, pinch, pliers. No, no, no. $20. That's a whole kit of them. That's kind of the right one, but it's 20 bucks. I want the cute little red one. Just like this. Just like this. None of this looks like... And that one looks kind of similar, but it's $35. Holy crap. And it's got like a little latch on it. These are just pressure. They're very easy. Very easy going. $15. $15 is outright. That's too much. $20. I don't even know if they're the right size. That's the other thing, is I want miniature. I want the little tiny ones. I'm not pinching off huge... Sounds like I'm taking a poop. Sounds like I'm describing taking a poop. That's what that sounds like. There's the vice grip one if you really want to pinch something off. I gotta stop saying it like that. That doesn't sound right. Let's maybe add miniature to it. Small hose pinch off pliers. $15? I don't know. I don't know about $20 for a pair of pinchies. When I already have forceps, I guess I'll just handle with forceps. I'll deal. You can also put a rubber band around a pair of pliers, but these are a little bit more trustworthy than that. And they're really good to have if you're doing water cooling. Tube holding pliers. Oh, they've got like a plastic crinkly end. Interesting. They look pretty well made. Huh. Well, okay, so that's just not... None of this stuff is what I'm looking for. This is actually very close to what I'm looking for. $45? Ugh. That's not even available anywhere. Some of them are for pinching and not holding, and it shows. Nothing, 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 nothing. Okay, enough of that search. Where is the API documentation? This is the API documentation. Query or subscribe to Klipper printer objects. Numerous printer objects in Klipper, many of which are optional and only report status if they're enabled by Klipper's configuration. Clients may retrieve a list of available printer objects via list objects endpoint. This should be done after Klipper reports its state as ready. This section provides an overview of the most useful printer objects. So these are things that I guess it can... So state startup, state message matches, web blah, 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 blah. Fields match those returned via printer info. I got a lot of reading to do to get up to this. It's like, is any of... So G-code move reports the state. Yeah, we're going to have to figure out... Homed axes, print time. What about Klipper? I've already searched this, of course. Klipper and laser engraver. Debating installing Klipper on my Ender 3. Laser engraver for Ender 3 V2, which runs off fan power supply. What? Okay, that's a little bit. CNC laser support and Klipper discourse documents. Testing Klipper, and I'm impressed of how quiet and fast it is. I'd like to have support for CNC machines and also lasers. Actual state is not far from it. This was from June of 21. Possible to halt the actions by an emergency stop. Code is already there. You have to make a state machine, a little point. Sets the MCU to wait for the next instructions instead of deleting the block. I don't... They get into the weeds so quickly in these things. I have little need for modulated engraving, so quick changes to PWM duty cycles aren't important for me, at least in the near future. Why? Ultimately, I think that I'm either likely to use Klipper or Linux CNC with Remora. The problem is our CNC software was end-of-lifed in 2019. It was end-of-lifed, so not that I was sitting there updating it much. Created a new post where I look for new testers of my PWM sync channel pull request. You're still able to feel free, ideas, problems. Yeah, it'll be interesting if we can find some modern stuff. Klipper, fans, lasers, configurable on Big Tree Tech. Ender 3S1, new simple kit to turn any 3D printer into a powerful laser engraver. That one might still expect to be able to adjust the Z-axis. And it would be cool, although really not necessary, if I could do the laser distance finder and focus in order to prime the laser focus. That would be really cool to do, because I've got those little laser distance finders that I think work within that distance, the distance from the laser to the board, and then all the little irregularities in the board could be compensated by having measured laser distance. But that's a lot of work, and I don't know if we're going to go down that path. That's a long road that I don't know if I'm willing to go down. What's up, Kervos? Ender 3 S1, but then I don't have a Z-axis. It's a bespoke laser engraver. And these are all very old posts. That one's not too old. Code changes your local repository, blah, 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 blah. Is there a guide to doing this? This is just a website trying to sell me a laser engraver. It has nothing to do with Klipper. Google, you've changed. I think we need to address that you've changed. All 3DP, how to convert your 3D printer. See, I don't want to convert it. Get out of here. God, internet, you've changed too. Stop driving laser cutters with 3D printer software. Laser cutters are fantastic, blah, 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 blah. Who wrote this? Built-in cam, Polylon DXF, SVG, you can even create rasters from images. So, Hobson wrote this. I don't remember Hobson. I mean, we are going to be powering it with 3D printer software in the end. We're going to be using Klipper. I don't know if we need to. BL Touch on the laser, that would be very strange. BL Touch, like with the laser rangefinder, I can get lots of like measurements. We could be measuring everywhere that the laser head goes, and it could give a good focus for everything. But I think that's not going to be necessary. With the sanding that I'm going to do to the board, it'll be pretty flat. 5-axis CNC mill for laser cutting. What's going to be like doing all this crazy trick shot shit. Trying to play Last Epoch, but launch issues, so I'm browsing DigiKey. Browsing DigiKey does not sound like a safe pastime. How's that your pastime? Ender 3 as a laser cutter. I want to do some laser cutting, so I thought I would just order. See, okay, the thing is, there's a difference between the sort of calculations that Klipper's making and the way that a laser cutter moves. Because when you're, or laser engraving for us, when you're approaching a corner, you want to PWM down in order to keep that beam at the same efficacy per, or actually you want to move it, yeah, down because you're going slower around the corner. So that's sort of the feed forward mechanics that you're doing instead. And with Klipper, you're moving a print head, and you're moving it depending on, well, on speed, you're trying to extrude about the same amount of material. And so you have pressure calculations and stuff like that. I think the calculations might be a little different. We might be kind of a bit out there if trying to run a 3D printer software to run a laser in order to engrave. But maybe not. I am thinking about it. I don't know. And then for us, gravity is on a different axis, so that may affect things. It didn't in the past, but you know, hey, if we're doing all this advanced calculation, why don't we be sticklers for the sorts of forces that the thing has to fight against? So this is a big question. This is a big, weird question, and the question really is how much effort am I putting into this stage of the software, or can I just throw it all into Klipper and all the same it'll just work? Not sure. They're explaining something here and I don't have sound on. So what is this software? This is Inkscape. in the end, what are you using? Some kind of horrible 3D printer. The horror. All I see is hands. I'm about to throw hands if you don't move those hands. Let me see what's going on. So he's got some kind of a mount that he can undo with a D-sub connector at the top. And then he tosses a laser head on there. And I guess everything is indexed properly. Oh, that's like one of those big blocky ones, huh? Dear God, do you have enough light? Ah, my eyes. Is that a mirror? No, just a glass plate. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, and then it ends before we even get to see any lasers. Okay, cool. I guess that's it, doing it on a Voron. Why did they choose Vor as the name for a 3D printer? The 3D printers do the opposite of Vor. We got a lot to figure out. Yeah, I got a lot to figure out with the software. As easy as it is to just like go into a stream and say, hey, you should use... Wait, what's up with my mic? Is this okay? Wait. Yeah, it's okay. It's easy enough to say, yeah, you should just use Klipper, but like when you get down to the nitty gritty, when you get down to all the brass tacks involved, there's some issues. And there are some things that aren't exactly what they should be. And I got to figure that out. I have to get into it and figure out what we can... Like, what's the best thing for me to use for this? Because there are suites of software that will power a laser engraver, but we have a 3D printer driver board, and we have all of those components all like set up for us. I think sticking with Klipper is probably the best idea. It's just the question of who has done a lot of work to make it work, to make things perfect, to make it function just right as a laser engraver, and that'll take a lot of the load off of me for figuring out these things. If some other smarter person can figure out how it's supposed to slow down around a corner and stuff. And that's where BNCNC, I forget what the project was called. There was another project for a laser, like an engraving, milling and engraving thing. It was like a Python CNC thing, I think. But that's no longer a thing. Now we have Klipper. Yeah, anyway. This is going to take us very long today, so we're going to have to figure out what else we're going to do. And I think the what else we're going to do is get into the wiring of this thing. Figure out how I'm plugging the screen into the Pi. And then am I running... I guess I'm running on an output pin of the SKR Mini. One of the output pins will be the TTL signal that goes all the way to the laser. And then we should probably prep this and dip it in UV epoxy so that it seals. That or fill it with UV epoxy, put the spouts back on it, fill it with UV epoxy, drain it, and then expose it to UV somehow so that I can get this thing sealed. And we'll have to test it. It's not like we don't have a test apparatus right here. Yeah. That'll be good. Because I do want to use this laser holder. I've been working on this thing for some time, and we've tried various ways I've done various caulkings of these in order to seal them, and none of it has worked because the interstitial, all of the in between the 3D printer layers has been leaking. I wonder though, there's some stuff that people have released for one of the I forget which slicer it is, but they've released this way of staggering the layers. So instead of having all of your layers flat in a line, it'll do one like this, and it'll do up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, right? And that makes it a more dense print. You don't have the packing problem layers. And I don't know, does it seal liquid better? Let's see, staggered layer height 3D print. That wasn't even... Oh, our music ran out. Strongest layer height. This is what I'm talking about, this kind of thing. Staggered layer height. Somebody has cracked that, and they've put it into one of the slicers. and I'm wondering if that seals water. All right, well, since the music ran out, I'm going to get rid of start soon, and let's just get to work, because there's a lot of stuff to do with Burn the Subs, and I need to get it along a little bit, because we have some other big projects that I really would like to get to. One of them being rebuild the milling machine, the other one being build the CNC. These are things that I would love to be able to get to, and until I clear some of this old stuff, I'm going to have a little bit of trouble getting to these things. The RC car project is kind of not a project right now. The WL Toys body failed so much because those aluminum parts were like crunchy when I put everything together. My 3D model is out of date and it sucks. So my thought with the RC car project is to shelve it completely, buy a chassis for $200. I'm waiting for that to come in from China. We could potentially do a couple streams where I try to 3D model some of the components that are already there. I don't know how much I'm going to want to do that. Depending on how fast that thing is, I'm probably going to need to, because it'll probably smash into a curb and explode, and then I will need to 3D print replacement parts instead of buying them. But that's where that's going, that nebulous sort of unending RC car project. We'll have fun with it though. That'll be fun. But now that that's out of the way, I've got the milling machine to worry about. That thing is not in a completely functioning state. I can do drill press stuff with it, but the X-axis on the DRO doesn't work. I've wanted to upgrade the motor. Everything is covered in rust. I need to pull it apart and give it a good Brillo pad session and a little bit of T9 to keep it from rusting again. And then also, while we're doing that, I've never fully tuned that mill. I just kind of started using it, and I've had great luck with it. It's just now things are starting to get a little hinky on all the axes, and that requires just tuning it. It just requires taking everything apart, re-greasing it, and then basically tightening things and then measuring them, and then tightening and measuring and tightening and measuring. So that'll be a fun couple streams. Non-planar slicing. No, so the problems that we've had sealing the laser for Burn the Subs, because we are working on Burn the Subs today. This is pretty relevant. When this prints, all the layers are stacked vertically and horizontally in sort of a grid. And when you stack circles, if you imagine a cross-section of the extrusions, you would think of them as circles or maybe a little bit ovals, kind of packed in a little bit. But if you have those in a grid, they don't pack very tightly, and so water is getting through those layers. If they were staggered, I wonder, because there's some new things that I was looking at, and I don't remember, I can't find much evidence on the computer right now. I'd have to find all of those like articles, but the slicers are starting to support staggered layers so that they pack a little better. And I wonder if that better packing, not only would it be extremely strong, but it might prevent water from getting out. I don't know. I would like to know, but again, I'm not finding much information on that. There was a little bit at first. It's a staggered layer. But then everything else is just 3D printer advice. What is it? What is this? That's so clickbaity. What am I looking for here? It's like this. It's like the packing problem, where if you stagger the layers, and I guess there's also that one printer that had a variable nozzle. That was pretty cool. I guess it just had like a V plate that would slide in and vary the nozzle size, but that's not what we're really doing. I was just looking at like this, staggered layer height and sealing from water. I don't know which slicer it is, though. Staggered layer, lines, starting point. Who is this? Jeez, I agree. Where are we? We're in Ultimaker. Huh. Yeah, I wonder if I give that a try, if it'll be able to do some cool stuff. I don't know if Super Slicer probably doesn't. Seams in Cura. Slicer feature. Proofs of Slicer 2.5 alpha. Random seams. Staggered layer line strength for Ultimaker again. And then Prusa. Maybe Prusa's the one that actually... Well, anyway. CNC Kitchen made a video about the topic of staggered layer height. I'll have to look that up. I wonder if that would mean that I would be able to just 3D print this and go on with it instead of having to bathe it in glue. But yeah, that's something that maybe we can try a little later, because we'll have the water system all functioning. I need to plug this into something so we don't leak everywhere. I guess we'll do the flow meter again. Because yeah, this is basically our analog for the laser at the moment. I would like to get an actual thing in here, and we can try UV epoxy in a little bit, get water everywhere. But for now, I need to put my latest print onto this thing, and the latest print is this boring looking bracket. We made it a little thicker. We figured out that AlphaCool didn't exactly have the correct 3D model on their website. AlphaCool is great because they have 3D models of all of their stuff. So you can get any of their radiators, you can get a 3D model of it and put it into your CAD software and smoke it. But they had a slight discrepancy on the dimensions, and I didn't check them over on that. I should have known. This is a flat piece here. The one on the website has the two little like nubs. The one I'm getting in the mail is question mark, because the actual product may vary from the photo. They always do. So I don't know what I'm getting in the mail. It might be that, what's that? He had to use some $600 slicer because some specialized business application. Ugh, $600 slicer. Slicers should be free. Actually, well, we're lucky that they are free. We are lucky they are free. So anyway, we designed this panel here, right? And we made it a little thicker so that it would support the weight of the radiator, and we made it actually fit with the top panel here. And we have a 60mm fan going on the other side of it. And so I freed up some 60mm fan stuff, and of course it's Noctua, because I'm going to want it to shut the hell up. I don't want to have to listen to this thing. I don't know how often the fan is going to be functioning, but yeah, we don't want it to make a whole heck of a lot of noise. See if we can sneak the wires in there. Just like that or something. I don't know why I did it on that side. It'll be over here. Yeah, well, if I don't know what I read. I read something recently about staggered layers, and I was like, that doesn't really apply to me. And then I'm like, wait a minute, yes it does. That might be very useful to me, in fact. But I lost the thread, so it would be kind of cool if I was able to print something that's sealed. Also, with the layers packed in a little better, I wonder if sintering it like we tried would work better. Because instead of all that negative, the interstitial hulls, those would be much smaller, and so the plastic would be able to join itself a little easier. I don't know. I wonder. Where are my screws? Here they are. All my bolts, my hex bolts. So we need to attach the hardware first, and then this thing slides into place up there, up on the hole for it. And this radiator takes, I believe, M3, M2.5. Lucky for us, though, there are backstops. This is a C-section of rail, and so if we tighten the screws too much, they don't kill the radiator core. That's the thing you got to worry about. What thickness are we going through? Well, our only real option is this one here. This is the only one that can go through multiple different layers. This one will barely even go through the fan, so I need to go through our like 7mm of material. Let's just double check this. There, through there. It's nothing. There's nothing sticking out. There's nothing. It's not. Where's the screw? Would it be possible to start a layer height of half with a heated container to help keep the plastic up in temperature and go up 0.75, squishing the layers a bit more? So the squish is what that happens. That's actually how it normally works, but I don't know quite what you're describing here. With a heated chamber, things adhere a little bit better too. But is that going to be too much? I'm going to put a washer on it, so use a plastic washer. Oh yeah, I don't know if it quite works that way. You're talking about like pressing down on it each subsequent layer. which would be nice, but I don't know if that works. Yeah, so what I can do here is insert this into there and then use a hex key in order to tighten it. I don't know if my screwdriver will reach that far. No, I don't think it will. What the? Why is this all bound up? Oh, because the washer doesn't want to play nice. Yeah, the washer's putting side force on the bolt, so that washer won't do. That's what we're talking about. Is staggering the layers. Yeah, Uncle Joe just got here, but layer staggering has been a feature for a little bit, but I think it just got into like a new slicer. Layer staggering. Squish and stretch for After Effects. Print. Yeah, where instead of just having like a grid layout, you stagger the layers like this, and now your packing is much tighter. You would have a much stronger print. I'm wondering if that seals for water. It doesn't improve strength. Oh. I thought you'd get a little bit of adhesion on its buddies around it. I guess maybe things tend to cool. I was wondering what also, like if you were doing that sintering stuff that we tried. I just uploaded the video where we did all that oven work, sintering prints and getting them melt together in salt. And I'm wondering if you did that with a staggered print, if you would get much denser plastic. I'm wondering if it seals for water. That would be very nice if it's sealed under the light pressure. I think what we're going to end up doing is I'm going to fill this thing with UV epoxy and then drain it out and try to get ultraviolet light on it. I mean, I guess I could fill it and under pressure with UV epoxy and then apply UV light to the outside, and maybe that'll seal everything outside of it. That might actually be the way to go. Using all these technologies together, yeah. Well, the video that we had of the guy using the oven method for creating sort of I'm calling it sintering. I believe it is sintering, but yeah, sealing is what we're going to be doing. But like the sintering of the print in the way that video showed it, he had like a lot of pressure on the 3D print, and it held very, very well. I know. I don't like using epoxy because I don't want it to like peel off and end up soaking everything. All the cosplay helmets from scratch. Well, with UV epoxy? I mean, a lot of that is cutting foam. The way you make like helmet gear like that, and I mean not the cosplayers that are doing the method you're talking about, but the way to do it is you get a motorcycle helmet and you cut that up and put all your stuff on the outside of that. That's what Daft Punk's helmets are. Noctua, why did you not give me clearance back here? Like, I mean, push comes to shove, I could do... I don't think this will work for these, but if I buy super long bolts, then I can go from all the way on the outside, and that would allow me to put a grill over the fan and make this look a little bit more professional. But who do you think we are? Who do you think we are? Do you know who my father is? I could buy and sell your ass. Yeah, we're trying to, I don't know, just do it with stuff that I have. I'm tired of ordering stuff. Tired of ordering things. Oh, they use regular epoxy. Damn. So, I mean, essentially what you're doing is pouring plastic. There's that one guy that I follow on YouTube that does all the industrial modeling, and holy crap, is that guy professional. He's of course got the vacuum chamber that I lack. But he does like a reusable mold and then, all kinds of different foams and stuff. Oh, so you don't even need to order anything for those kinds of crazy projects. 10 minutes by foot. I mean, I'm an American, so generally my impression of how far things are away by foot. I mean, like, that's next door. It takes me 10 minutes to traverse the parking lot of a Home Depot. All right, let's see. They sell fasteners, yeah. Let's not talk about that. I've been there. I need a little tiny hex key. And I guess I can't put a washer on it. There's not enough space for a washer. Noctua has weird geometries inside of their fans. It's almost like they've never tried to build anything. They make wonderful fans, but it's just weird that they don't have clearance for a washer on the inside face, where it is common to have a screw. What am I looking for? Well, I'm looking to clear this off too. These are bolts and screws. Let's go over here. Here goes the dog. It's practically a howl. All right, so that pump can go over here. Oh, this date is wrong for the Omnipod order. Sorry, you guys can't see what I'm doing. I'm trying to clear off this that is specifically for placing like things you've machined or are working on. It's an actual work surface. All right, so these flush cutters go in the spillover. And then, what was I looking for? Oh, hex key. Hex key, that's all the way up here. I need to organize these. I need the smaller hex key. I think this is the one. I bought this whole set of like expensive T-handled hex keys, and what's going on here? Oh, that was a front door thing. Well, I bought this whole set of them, and they said that they were ball ends, but they're not. Yeah, I might have been talking to the front door there for a little bit. That stupid thing connected. All right. Well, that was weird. The lady who shall not be named, who's in charge of cameras, connected. For some reason, it only just tells you there's somebody there. But I guess when they ring the doorbell, it connects. And hopefully it was muted, because otherwise everything that I just said went to the front door. This is the wrong hex key. Hold on. All of my talking. Some poor schmo trying to deliver packages and gets a whole spiel about hex keys and ball-ended hex keys. Yes, it is indeed a sort by bin of type. That's the wrong one too. Why can't I find the right hex key? I mean, these things come with like everything you order, and so you end up having too many odd hex keys. There is somewhere a ball-ended hex key that is the appropriate size. The one that I'm looking for right now. Those are the same size, because the ball-ended ones you sometimes get with hardware, and I usually keep those, because the ball-ended ones are nicer. Torx keys for hexes. Yeah, the ball ends tend to break. That's why the expensive ones that I have don't have ball ends on the smaller sizes. But I appreciate the ball ends on the smaller sizes. I guess I just got to get a T-handle. I'll just have to get a T-handle for this. Here. TX and HX are interchangeable, such as TX and RX are interchangeable. We use the T-handle because it's much longer. I forgot about my T-handles for a second there, and I was using them just 10 minutes ago. What the heck is RX? It's receive, and TX is transmit. Yeah, TX and RX. Come on, that was a good joke. Torx and hex. My favorite matchup is security Torx and a flathead screwdriver, because you can go through all the effort to put security Torx on your stuff, but I can defeat that with a normal size and dad joke. I'm allowed to make one every now and then. It's like that. You are not immune to propaganda. You are not immune to dad jokes. I guess that works. I mean, push comes to shove, I guess I could even go down there, but this makes it a nice and minimal intrusion of that. Get the light a little closer. Joke about UDP, you might not get it. Hiss. I brought that on myself by opening the floodgates. I opened those floodgates. Okay, the only problem with this is that these fasteners are long enough that they do not want to... Oh, good, just spill water on my desk. I did get more paper towels, at least. Oh, actually, we're one size down from that. Never mind. No, you can Google Allen wrench name. Allen key, Allen wrench. I don't know. It's most likely just a company that makes them. And they just coined the term. It's like Band-Aid. And adhesive medical strip. Because I don't know. All I know is we call them Allen keys. Probably a rich history of advertisement to get through. I did not know hex worked for Torx. I know Torx is the superior fastener. Torx is actually kind of an amazing fastener. They're really good. Why isn't that screwing in? Why do you continue to disappoint me? Allen was the guy who patented the bolt, not the key. Then how did we get to know Allen key? Plot thickens. What do I do with old batteries? I have so many old RC batteries that I think I need to get rid of. I don't know how to get rid of them. I think there is a collection place. I think it's by the McDonald's actually that I go to. So maybe I need to look that up and see. There's also I need to look at when the township collects batteries. But these are like RC batteries, and it's hard to watch them go because they're good batteries. They're just bigger than anything that I do right now. And I don't do a lot of remote stuff. I don't do a lot of RC anymore, especially not drones. Liable to get arrested for doing drones nowadays. Look at it. This is coming together. Nice, nice, nice. So yeah, just with a simple 2D layout, an extrusion, and a 3D print, we were able to mount the radiator to the rest of this project. Getting that pipeline from 3D modeling software to 3D printer is an extremely useful tool. It's actually kind of amazing what you can accomplish with that, and a little bit of creativity. I do wish I could get a washer on these, but I can't. I don't have any washers that fit. I don't think these little tiny guys. There's this rib that goes up each one of these sections. I guess it's to try to keep it from crushing. But if you put a bolt on the outside here all the way through, I mean, that could work, but I can't get a washer in there because of this rib that they put on. Seen lots of Adam Savage YouTube videos, and every time talks about Allen keys and wrench. Oh, really? Yeah, it depends on what you learn to call them. I don't think I have any security Torx. I would love to show you guys the security Torx thing. 1909 to 1910. That's when they invented everything, right? Everything under the sun has been invented. It's all motor, gas engine technology came out within a week span of each other throughout the world. I don't need one there that much, but I know when I remove it, it's going to have little bits of damage from the bolt, probably because I over torqued it. I know I don't need one, but it would be nice to have one to kind of spread the load, share the load, Mr. Frodo. No, security Torx are the ones with the little goobers, the little nubs. Hold on one sec. Let me catch up with the chat. He did the bolt alongside with a key, but I'm not sure you can patent a hexagonal bar. That's a hex bar. Yeah, that's true. William G. Allen also patented a method of cold forming screw heads around a hexagonal die. Published advertisements for the Allen safety screw set by the Allen Manufacturing Company of Hartford, Connecticut. Interesting. Oh, Robertson. Yeah, the Robertson Drive or something like that. No, you have to be taught. I need to explain to you what Torx are. I don't know if I have any security Torx anywhere. It would be nice if I had one, because you can just get pretty much just any old size of flathead screwdriver, and it just goes diagonally on it and you can work that screw out and just unscrew it like a normal fastener. I love being able to show that off. I just wish I had a something that had one on it so I could show you guys that on a whim. But yeah, anyway, here's our radiator mount, and it really is just a flat piece of plastic. It seems rather strong, and hopefully it'll hold up. If this thing gets bonked in this direction, it will pivot in, because PETG is a little bit flexible, and probably hit that bar, the aluminum extrusion bar. If it bends out that way, if I knock into it this way, I might actually break this section right here. But we do have 3 spans, so maybe it'll hold on. Yeah, and you can also just buy, like, the screwdriver bits already come with the Torx. They're such a joke. It's like, instead of just regular Torx, they just drill a hole in the center. Always now. And so everybody has them. Even the weird ones with 2 holes in it. Which I've actually used these to get threaded ends of popped off bolts out of my friend's flywheel on his car. I just took a little tiny, eeny meeny little drill, and I just did a little doot, and then I use that screw to undo them. We would have had them too if he decided to work with Henry Ford. Instead, he denied the proposal. Now we have Phillips heads. God damn it. That would have been nice. Because Torx is such a good bit. It's so good. They don't strip. They never strip. They're so good. They're so good. It makes me mad. Everything should use Torx. Yeah, slot screws are also just absolutely the devil. Because there's nothing to center you on the screw, so you slide all over the place. I hate them. I mean, I guess they're okay when they're used decoratively, but otherwise they are just satanic fasteners, and they're just a pain in the butt to deal with. They're never pleasant to use. I see them a lot when I work on like old stuff or military stuff or whatever. Old military stuff. Damn it. Stuck. This is going to be difficult to figure out. I should have probably made like a screw fork that would hold the screws up in the right spots, and then I could easily apply this and then remove the screw fork. That would have been a good tool to make if I were smart. My head is hitting the camera. They didn't even use bolts. They just used slotted stuff? Jeez. Well, we're continuing from yesterday. Continuing from tomorrow's stream. We're continuing from yesterday where I built the pump bracket. Since I only have one radiator, we're using the double one. The other one's coming in the mail. So when that gets here, we'll be able to use the proper radiator bracket. But for now, we've got this one. Okay. Those, and then nuts. I need nuts. Nuts are over here. And the driver is still on the desk. Hate it when laptop screws are just zinc and always strip unless you have the perfect size, which is slightly off from the standard. Yeah, you want to use the, what I've found with the laptop screws, you want to use the largest one, the largest Phillips head that you can get to grip. And that will do it. Even if it looks comically large compared to the size of the screw, if you use the smaller ones, they almost invariably strip. I think I need new nuts for this because this is, I need 3 new nuts. I'm starting to run out of these things. You get extras. Well, they also, Amazon has laptop screw kits. It's a laptop screw kit, and they're these panhead Phillips heads, and I love using them in like all of my builds. They're panhead laptop screws. They're really, really good. They look good. That's sort of the purpose of of that one. Interesting. What laptops are you finding that in? Okay, so there's that, and then let me get the driver, and then I'm gonna lift it a little bit and then screw it into place. Oh, that wire, I think it'll fit through there. All right, so what do we think about this? I think we've kind of decided on a design language for this whole thing. And then this is a little bit, it's a little bit wibbly. Today's a rest day. Acer. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know Acer's. Actually, wait. Do I have one? I'm not sure if I do. What is going on? So much motion at so many front doors. Put my phone over there so it doesn't buzz me. But you guys, I need a drum riff emote. Just a little chip emoji behind the a drum kit, looking mad. All right, so how are we gonna plumb this thing? Well, I've got plenty of hose. Don't make the joke. Let's see. Let's get back here first. So outlet of the pump is here. And that outlet needs to go to, I don't know which one we decided was in or out on this thing. I don't know if we decided if either one was in or out. Are these labeled in and out? No, they're just generic. Hey! This dripped on me. Where did that come from? Probably the reservoir. The reservoir's been fixing to drip on me for a while. Let's see. There to there, or there to there. Because the outlet of the pump will go to this stuff, and then this stuff will go, yeah, that needs to go like this. I got to keep it tight to the back of the device too, because the wall's right there, threatening, always threatening. And we want there to be like an uphill progression to get to, because that's gonna, this is gonna hit up against the wall a little bit. It's okay to have it there, but it's still gonna make it a little harder for me to install everything. I could shorten this slightly. Ooh, that didn't really stress out the 3D print that much. That's nice. All right, try that out. Just a little trim. Pretty good. That's much tighter to the wall. So then this goes out and to here, and then this will go here. That's a tough one. And this has to go around to the front over here. That's a tough one too. So this needs to be much shorter. See if I have one that's shorter. That was about right. Boo, woo, 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 woo. Dog's barking at the door again. Oh, dog, people exist. They do. They exist and they do stuff. They walk around, and I could actually do with a slightly longer hose there, although that's not too restrictive. I'm just a little bit longer than that. I'm going to see if I can do this with scraps at first. And then when the new radiator comes in the mail, I'll just remove this whole piece. I'll do the forceps, close the pipes, remove this, put the new one in. People exist. That's a conspiracy. It's true. It's true. I've heard that one before. And I think the government has been pushing that one. All right, so I guess I got to make the slightly longer tube, huh? And then for the pump return, I'm going to need a very long one, so. I want to give it a little space to bend without crushing. Government's a conspiracy. I heard that a lot of UFO conspiracy people are failed sci-fi writers. That's pretty good. Probably could have done with a little bit more there, but that's all right. The what? The Boyds? Oh, the birds. Birds aren't real. Yeah, I've heard that one plenty of times before too. That one is an unfortunate one because it's gained momentum. It's gained momentum with the crazy people, which is not good because it was just a joke. The birds are government drones, conspiracy theorists. I think this will actually make this very awkward turn right here. But like, what kind of people believe that kind of shit? It was a joke. It was a stupid joke. And everybody knew it was a stupid joke. Until these people came along and said, this isn't a joke. Birds are actually monitoring my activity. This is still sticking out along the back here. And it's flat along the back, but these screws are actually my end stops. These are the ones that hit up against the wall. So this is okay. It's not ideal. I could put a 90-degree elbow in that, and it would instantly solve that problem. So let's get a 90-degree elbow for that. Yeah, it's like, bro, we were just having fun. We were just vibing about this stupid joke. Like, no, I actually believe this. I am getting wrenches, which I have. Oh, all the way down here. That's right. I got this weird little kit of small wrenches to help me with this kind of stuff. They don't want you to know that the squirrels are the ones you actually need to worry about. Oh, my small wrenches are too small. I think one of my roommates like had a neighbor here, and I think they went somewhere else, and so now my dog is unfiltered, barking at the front door with all that she's got. So she's having a whole day of it. The wrong size. 17 millimeters, really? This is way too much wrench for what I'm doing right now. Yeah, European squirrels are much different, aren't they? We've got like crazy rodents. Cows are actually a secret method of genetically engineering humans into a race of obedient schlubs. Oh, that's a burger conspiracy. A burger-see. Where's all my water cooling stuff? Where did that bin go? I had it around. I do not see it. Only find it. Really? Bolts are odd. Water cooling stuff. Where did it go? Did I put it all the way back over here? No. 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 If I were a bin full of water cooling parts, and I'm not saying I'm not, where would I be? Oh, right here. Okay, there. I put it in a weird spot. See if I can find like a more generic elbow to go in there. Maybe the one that was there before. I'm relearning all these lessons that I learned. Just to see if I can make that tube run a little bit easier. Also, I've got a bunch of water cooling fittings sitting on the desk that I need to put away. So I figured I'd get the bin, organize everything. Looks like I'm using that elbow somewhere else. That's right, I used that elbow in the my actual computer because I needed to have a hard line that went between the two components. The hard line that used to be the line filled with a spring. I think this one is too tall for back there. It might actually not be. Although it has a little dragon logo on it, so I'd better put it somewhere that I won't be able to see it. But if I want to put it back there, I need to remove all of this stuff. Let's see. So this to here, and then this somehow has to work its way over. It's like all the tubes are crossing each other in the back of this thing. No, I have not. You can assume that I have not seen any given video on the internet. That's a fair assumption to make. I try not to consume too much internet stuff as to keep my little sense of humor pure. My fragile little sense of humor needs to stay pure. Random pipe fitting found in slippers. I've been there. I've been there. I've been there. I have actually done this. Okay, I don't want to drop these. Please, please. Okay, there's one. I don't want to drop it. Please, don't make, no, please. No, 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 no. They just don't stay on the end of a screwdriver because they are no! They're stainless. That one did not drop on the floor. No, look, You son of a bitch. Can't believe you said that. These are magnetic enough to hold on to stuff, right? The iFixit is magnetic. These are good stainless steel. They're not shitty stainless steel. And they really should be shitty stainless steel, because shitty stainless steel still stands up to corrosion, but it's also slightly ferromagnetic, which is part of what makes my brewing system work. Is I've got an induction stovetop. It was like a $200 induction stovetop. I love it. I wish I could do more regular cooking with it. But that, in conjunction with the cheapo cookware, the Bayou cookware, is not great stainless steel, but it's good enough for cooking. But the not great stainless steel means that it is a little bit ferromagnetic, and so it's able to heat up with the induction cooktop. It's like a 5,000 watt induction cooktop that takes 200 volts. It's awesome. I bought it from like a kitchen supply company that's actually based in Philadelphia. It was freaking awesome. It's the best thing ever. I could make omelets all day. I could have a breakfast bar outside if I had the 200 volt hookup. Will that fit? Oh yeah, just barely though. Just barely. What I'm trying to do with this design, with the water cooling on Burn the Subs, is I'm trying to adhere strictly to the principles of having bubbles able to exit the system. And so you want everything to be kind of an upward either climb or fall, because then when the system turns off, all those bubbles can eventually make their way vertically to the reservoir. Yeah, 220. It's a two-phase here. Two-phase for cooktops and stuff is 220. In the US, we have 115 volts, but you have two 115 volt phases coming into your house. So between the two phases, you get 220 volts for appliances and stuff, and you can get all of that heavy electricity. But when you plug in something like a water boiling tea jug, it takes a lot longer for it to get to a boil because we don't have that 220 intrinsically from the wall. It does mean, though, that if you short yourself across like a phased ground, that you have much less of a chance of becoming a corpse. Not an incredibly less amount of chance, but somewhat less of a chance of becoming a corpse. That's what really counts. I know it's probably not worth the trade-off, but we didn't do any crazy bullshit like what England does with their loop circuits or anything. So we got a pretty decent grid here. I wonder if I should have extended that out a little bit. I could have put the reservoir like just a little bit further forward. This is comical. I don't know how I can fix that. Maybe just with the shorter radiator, it won't do that anymore. Whenever that gets here in the mail. All right, so I have a right angle here, put a fitting on the end of it. We can make our crazy little S-tube. Photonic induction is a maniac. I don't know where he gets off. I don't understand how you can do the shit that he does on a carpeted floor with regularity. His neighbors have got to hate his guts. What do you mean gone from YouTube? He returned for like a video or two. I don't know what his intentions are from going forward in terms of videos. Yeah, he did like 2. It doesn't mean he's done, I don't think. A little shorter. There's no way that he's not still doing what he does. He probably will stumble on some other high power equipment. Google through a 404. Can't believe that was 2 years ago. This needs to be shorter still. Yeah, just a little bit. I mean, his channel's still up, right? He's not like gone. He's just not making content at the moment. All right, so that's a little funky right there, but we do keep that sort of upward climb going. This one's the hard one. I gotta come out and around, and then to this right angle over here. So for that, I think I need a new pipe. New section of tube. Listen, you don't need to throw photonic induction in my general Discord channel. It's okay. Everybody there already knows who he is. I imagine he was on a government watch list. The fire safety stuff always bugs me about his videos. He's making molten like steel using electricity on a carpeted floor in his attic. Oh, the screenshot. We don't need that cover. It's okay. Wait, this is a different size tube? It looks like the same stuff. Yeah, it's the same stuff. All right, I gotta make a better end on this. On a carpeted floor, though? You know, we've melted aluminum before just for fun with using natural charcoal, but that was outside. We do that kind of shit in the woods. Like civilized people. I guess that's gonna have to do a wide loop. It's a little bit awkward. Accidentally melted iron with charcoal. That sounds great. This seems like it's not the right tube. This seems like it's not the right tube. Maybe this stuff is a little larger. I guess it is. This is the right stuff. It just doesn't feel like it. This like seems wider than the other one. Of course, I'm not going to be able to make that bend out of this. This is definitely not going to happen. But strange. Heating axe heads in less than too long. Oh, that kind of sucks though. Then you got to do one of those outdoor videos where they make some like tool. Those rustic videos. This really doesn't feel like the right stuff. I don't know why. It's all, maybe it was a result of an order or two, but it should be the right thing. It feels like I'm fighting it too much. Maybe that's just because of the awkward angle. This thing moving around is really bugging me. I should have put some support on it. I don't know what. Something. Stop jiggling. Stop that, it's silly. You're being silly. 90 degreeing the pump probably would have benefited these tube runs much better than what I'm doing. Because then this would be a little bit more natural. This is really a heavy tube too. I mean, if I did a 90 degree on that, then maybe I could do this. I only have the fancy one and I don't want to use that. Maybe I can use one of these that are a little bit wider. Take a wider stance. Wrench with the 17. This will just get it started against the O-ring. That's the only reason I'm pulling the wrench out. Otherwise, I hurt my fingers. My poor fingies. And noise. Noise. Noise, noise, noise. Yeah, this little extra chamber in here, I don't really know what the purpose of it is. Why they have two fittings in this sort of like, they've got this like finger in the reservoir and they've got two fittings here, and it's like this isn't a like a brake master cylinder. You don't need to like isolate the two circuits. It's like if there's a leak over here, this will still function, but water is going to be cascading into both of these. And all this does is create like a swirl here and a swirl here. So what's the purpose of it? Unless you have this thing vertical, but it's a 5 1/4 drive bay. So like, if you get a booble, what to become of the boobel? The boobel will just swirl and then pop at the top. I don't know why the system isn't made from an old milk jug, a bunch of copper pipes, and an aquarium pump. Well, that's kind of what the system used to be, and water cooling stuff is a little bit more reliable, so I'm using the water cooling stuff that I already have. This is all spillover from years of saying, I'm going to water cool this someday. And so instead of disappointing myself, I get to use up some of these fittings. You know, it should be all hard lines and stuff, but whatever. I'm playing it a little bit by ear, playing a little fast and loose with the rules. This thing is so awkward. Let's try this. I had, in college, my water cooling setup didn't have a reservoir. And back then, the computer components would get hotter. And I used PVC tube to make it happen. And what that resulted in was that my... does the bottom spin independently of this? Because it certainly doesn't want to. What it resulted in is the tubes getting hard after I would turn off the system. I had a little valve at the bottom where I could... yeah, see, this is spinning. I had a little valve at the bottom where at the top of the system that I could turn, and that would cut off the loop and make it go out of these quick disconnects that I had in the front. It was all clear PVC. And so what I ended up doing was overpressuring the system, and then the acrylic cracked. Like right on the graphics card, like at the CPU, which would then leak onto the graphics card. And so I'd turn on my computer, and it would be like turning on like a Nintendo with a bad cartridge. Or actually, it was never a bad cartridge. It was the bad cart loader thing. But what I ended up doing was plugging that into a cool bath for scientific research. I had this cool bath, and what the cool bath does is it has a refrigerated tub. And so the refrigerated tub would cool my computer with its own little pump. Of course, back then I used a giant pump to do the water pumping. We didn't have this kind of stuff. What the hell? What do you... We've never, ever had commands even slightly resembling what you just tried to do. People come in and they try all kinds of weird commands. I don't like this little swoop. I really don't. This is very awkward. There's got to be a better way to do that. All of these pipes are like conflicting with one another. All these tubes. The return should go through there. The pump should go through there, unless I go... no, going down like that, that's not... yeah, I don't have any commands even resembling those. This is like really awkward. This does accomplish things moving up generally, but move the right angle to here, and that would go directly to there. Then this one would go to the return, and the pump would go into here. I don't know. This is just what it looked like in my head. So we have the radiator, the reservoir, the return has to be here, the pump over there, and then the outlet from the pump here. I have the outlet of the pump going into the distribution manifold. Then on the return from the distribution manifold, it goes through the radiator, and then it goes up to the reservoir, and then the reservoir goes directly to the pump, because that's what's going to be drawing. I don't really think there's much of a choice. It's just that this tube will tend to grab a booble. I could have it come down and around here, maybe. Okay, let's try that. Nerd! Nerd! Oh, there we go. Down and under its own output, its own outlet. And then up this way. And it still makes a little bit of a lump for a bubble to catch, but I think the motor is going to just be like that. And then all those should be nice smooth runs. Getting back to here. Yeah, that's okay. I'm not terribly mad at that. Also not terribly pleased with it either. And everything is flat. Okay, I guess we're ready to fill. I don't really think BTS is that close to being finished. I need to figure out a couple things when we're done doing what I'm doing right now in order to run, what do you call it? Wires around. I need to run wires around in order to get everything plumbed into the DB connector down below. I need to do the power wiring. I need to test the power supply. I need to rewire the board itself. I need to figure out how I'm running these two tubes along the drag chain, probably a 3D print that'll have two little snap-ins for this thing. We're getting there, but I mean, it's gonna be a long game to get to the end, and I know we're all here for it, so. But I am working at my maximum pace in order to get Burn the Subs in. I don't want to rush anything, because I want it to be a good project, and I don't want people to be able to criticize me on it. Why'd you do this? Why'd you do that? I don't know. All right, let's get all this stuff out of the way and get ready to fill this up. And this is just tap water. I'm not doing anything special coolants or anything like that. Could run one of those coolants that has sprinkles in it. I was thinking about if I could run glow-in-the-dark powder, but my experiments with glow-in-the-dark powder have all not really worked. It's like that person who was insisting that I use glow-in-the-dark powder in exactly the way I had already tested it, and I was able to bring up like 5 examples of how exactly it failed. You're not doing it right. You just need to mix it with UV epoxy. And I'm like, that's exactly what I did. Bro. Gotta watch out for that. People trying to come in and take over. Had that happen on several different occasions in several different ways. You don't know what this is? So, well, first of all, this is my shop. This is where I do a bunch of horrible things to electronics. What we're working on right now is a system called Burn the Subs, and that is a wall-mounted giant block of wood. I know there's a lot to look at in that shot, but all I'm asking you to pay attention to is the board on the wall. That board on the wall is an XY gantry, and that XY gantry has a control box, and that's what this is. And because I'm me, I couldn't help but use a bunch of my old water cooling gear to water cool the entire system. The system really should be in a control box with a bunch of DIN rail hardware, but instead of that, we have it sitting on 2 rails of MakerBeam, and I'm using a box that my brother made in high school with a piece of glass on the front to protect everything. This is the back side of the panel where the wall will be. There's a circuit breaker and a two distribution manifolds that we soldered together. And what this does is this cools a Raspberry Pi, a VFD, and an SKR Mini, as well as 2 power supplies that are sitting behind this stuff. Down here is a 24-volt power supply, and it's kind of a special one. It's from Vicor. They make these flat pack modules that are really, really efficient with power. I don't know how much heat it's going to generate, so just in case, I stapled a couple copper tubes on it. So that's also water cooled. The real point of the water cooling, though, is to cool the laser itself, because it's going to be a 2-watt laser. It's going to create a little bit of heat, and we should remove that heat from the system. So as previously, I had just this janky heat sink from a laptop that was just kind of stuck on the end of it, which was fine. I thought that was a perfectly wonderfully cromulent solution for cooling the laser, but instead, I want to have it water cooled because I can. To help myself, because I can't help myself. I don't have that much willpower. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. So yeah, this is the water cooling system, and we're just kind of piecing it together. We just plumbed everything, and now I am getting rid of all the excess stuff on the desk because I am inevitably going to soak my desk. Yes, we're remaking BTS. We have been for some time. It's just that I shelved the project for a little bit because I was really sick of it. Almost none of the old system. I've got the old Raspberry Pi, and that's about it. Old Raspberry Pi, the old motors. What you're saying is making the control box move with the rail is a bad idea, and it should just be connected with a flexible cable instead. Wait, what? Control box move with the rail. Who does it? Is that something that's being done? That's a wild idea. That is a wild... I don't know how you'd pack this much hardware into that. The SKR has a little bit... It's a little over capable for what we needed to do. It has 4 motor drivers, and we only need 2. But, oh well. Oh well. And on the other side of the board, there's this big exposed ground plane for cooling. What I did is I just soldered a tube to that. So soldered a tube to that, now we can run water through everything. Against my better judgment. Let's see, I'm gonna use the big syringe in order to fill this, because doing it the other way was kind of awkward. And then where is my pitcher? Why are there just screws everywhere on the ground today? I keep running into screws. Bah! All right, bottle water? Bottle water? Oh, there we go, there it is. My bottle of water. My bottle of water. Bonk. I think one of the problems is, though, Shadow Wolf, that the pump is making enough heat to heat up the whole system. When I power the pump up, it actually heats everything else up, too. I don't know what kind of latent heat the Vicor power supply is going to have, or the laser itself, or the SKR Mini. The Raspberry Pi, I know, operates at kind of a temperature, but I mean, we could just test. But like, the Vicor power supply, the one that I had in my old computer, I use the same technology, and when there's no load on the power supply, it makes this 60 hertz screech. So it triggers your tinnitus. Ooh, I made the mistake myself, I said it wrong. Tinnitus is not an itis, an itis is an inflammation, so it's tinnitus. That's the proper way to say it. Tinnitus. Tinnitus. Tin my tush. Quattro flow diaphragm pump. Oh my god, what the hell is that? Are they using that in like computers? I was thinking about using a peristolic pump, but those just don't have, like, they don't have flow. It would be cool though. It'd be a very visual pump. Peristolic pumps are the ones that pinch the tube with rollers, so it's basically pinching along like a measured amount of fluid. And there's all kinds of peristolic pumps. There's one that's sold, I think, by DeWalt, one of those tool companies, that basically you hook up to a drill and it lets you pump water out of stuff, but it's got like a really fragile diaphragm. Diaphragm system creates constant pressure. Why would you need constant pressure? I'm already under constant pressure. Got to get the view of the whole thing. Open the barn doors up a little bit. Oh man, the latest Red Letter Media video where Mike just nerds out about Star Trek. I am there for it. I love it. I think it's one of the best videos that he's ever done as Plinkett. I'm gonna also suck out all of the little bits of stuff that are in the reservoir. Oh, no pumping fluctuation. Interesting. At one point, I wanted to use mercury in a water cooling system. The fragile diaphragm was a nickname. That's nice. Look at old fragile diaphragm over here. How you doing, YouTuber? It took me forever to figure out how to get the YouTube working today. It's because I had to get into the window and tell it to not publish the VOD, just to hold on to it. The VODs are on the VOD section, or on the Go Live section of the YouTube, and they don't get the same treatment as everything else yet. What is it? Wait, so you said raid. Did somebody raid me and I didn't get the system message? Hold on a second. I gotta pull up my Twitch window. I've had the wrong thing. Yankee Axe raiding with a party of 43 people. Oh my god. When was that? It was like 5 minutes ago. How's it going, everybody? Sorry, I'm using some new stuff. I've got a Social Stream Blade. And it doesn't show the system messages. I need to get this to show the system messages. This is where I've been reading chat. This is basically keying into the popped out YouTube and Twitch chat. It's called Social Stream Ninja. And then over here, I've got the actual moderation pages where I can affect stuff. So for instance, the Madam U comment is in this window, and then this one actually shows me the system messages, but I had my hold music, my Banco de Gaia album up on this thing. So I was looking at these pretty pictures over here. La-di-da, what's going on? I don't know. Hey, thanks for the raid, Yankee X. Now that I can actually see it. Did anybody sub or anything like that? Did I miss anything here? Even the sub messages come in like normal messages. I think I thanked Mahalo, didn't I? Oh no, just like this with the CNC lightsaber. That was actually Mahalo subbing. Mahalo, thank you so much for subbing for 54 months. Anyway, how's it going, Raiders? Welcome to my shop. This is where I'm off. Welcome to my shop. What are we doing right now? I mean, I think I explained it, but that's not what we're doing right now. Don't look at any of that. That's all secret. Welcome to my shop. This is where I work on electrical stuff primarily. Generally, we 3D print things and we build things and we figure out how stuff works and we talk about engineering. That's sort of what I do, but I also kind of herd chat around like a bunch of toddlers and re-explain the project over and over again. That's sort of what we do here. This is a basement that's full of all of the stuff I own in this world, everything I care about, except for the dog, which is sleeping upstairs. I have a board, which is used to be the bread and butter of this stream. I have a board which used to be the bread and butter of the stream. It's sitting on my wall. It is a giant block of wood. That giant block of wood has a laser trained on it at all times. And that laser is designed to burn the names of subscribers. And in order for it to do that, we need a control panel. And so the control panel is over here. It's sitting on my desk. Now, this is not the final radiator. This is just the one that I have right now. I'm filling it with water currently because I cannot be helped. I have to water cool everything. It's just what I do. I don't think there's a machine in here that's not water cooled. That's the computer that's doing the stream, and that's water cooled. Behind me is the computer that does gaming. That's also water cooled. That's this one right there with the little whirly gig on it. See that? That's water cooled. So water is not dangerous enough. I don't know. Ethylene glycol, I mean, that's fine. I wanted to use mercury at one point. I could have done mercury with like a peristaltic pump. That would have been hilarious. And then I looked at the cost of mercury. Mercury's not cheap. But anyway, this is the control panel for Burn the Subs is a Raspberry Pi 3B Plus, an SKR Pro, and I have a VFD display in there. There's a couple power converters behind that. And then there is a hardcore 24 volts Vicor power supply, which really should be just like a DIN rail 24 volt power supply. All this stuff should be DIN rail. All this stuff should be in a control cabinet in DIN rail. But since we are this stream, we're doing stuff a little bit weird. And what I've done is I've created, through soldering, a 5-way manifold on the back here. So these manifolds, I had to make clips for them so that they would attach to everything. These 5-way manifolds are distributing water to the Raspberry Pi, the motor controller, the 2 power supplies, and the 24 volt power supply. And then I've got these disconnects on the outside panel over here. These will go all the way to the laser where they'll water cool the laser, which is a little nickel plated thing. This is a 3D print. Against my chat's warnings, I decided to 3D print a water jacket for the laser. Problem with that, all of these layers of 3D prints that are stacked against each other, they don't necessarily seal water. Even though they've shown somebody pour a glass of water into a PETG print, surface area is keeping that glass from leaking. The pressure at the bottom might get enough, but when you're pumping it through a system like this, there's a little bit more pressure than that, and it ended up leaking out of the sides of the... when I finally got this thing to seal correctly, we got leaks out of the sides of the 3D print because there's not that many layers on the sides here. So what I'm going to try to do in a little bit is take, what do you call it? Ultraviolet epoxy, and fill the thing with ultraviolet epoxy, and then drain it, and then apply UV to the outside and see what happens. We got a good little test bed for that, so I might as well give it a shot, you know? Give the old college a try. Just ask Cody. I'm sure he'll send you some mercury for under market price. I was trying this before Cody was a thing. Is that what dentists use to do what? Oh, UV epoxy? There's tons of uses for ultraviolet epoxy. Got a weird kind of like hanging piece of skin over here. Hold on, I gotta deal with this. that skin or nail? No, it's not a hangnail. I think that was just a piece of skin. Oh, good, it's bleeding. That's nice. All right, anyway, moving on. Hey, what's up, Pyro? That was weird. I think my thumbnail cut a little flap of skin. Strange. So there's still a lot of air in this system. We've only slightly added water. There's still going to be bubbles coming up. So I can partially power the pump, but that'll quickly make a situation where I need to get water in here before it starts pulling Xbox Media Center? Xbox Media Center was awesome. That was a great program. Yeah, UV epoxy is used like everywhere. And I guess dentists do use them more often than not. But the epoxy that I have is, I think, for nails. But in electronics, it's a very quick setting, clean epoxy that you can use to do things like tie down a couple wires that you've used to repair a trace. That thumb's actually kind of hurting now. Probably shouldn't have done that. Oh, it got rebranded into Kodi? I didn't know that. I don't think I was using it at that point. There's like crud at the bottom of this that I'm really not happy about. Probably need to pull it apart and actually do like some real cleaning. CNC Kitchen did a 3D print where the layers were offset. We were talking about that earlier. That might be more watertight. That's what we were talking about at the beginning. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Oh, it's Madamu coming over from YouTube to to Twitch. That's funny. How y'all doing? Did it become Roku? All right, let's see here. Boop. There's emergency water ready to go. Oh, there's no water in the pump. Maybe you should take a minute there, pump. Hold on. XBMC became Kodi? I don't know. I just remember it being good. Remember when things were good? All right, so I'm going to do the tilt thing on this. Actually, I should fill it up before I tilt it. I'll fill it up to the brim and then I'll tilt away all the bubbles. See what we get. Remember? Yeah, see, the problem with what I've done here is that this tube goes down and then up. And that creates kind of like a J thing. A J thing. And really it would be better if it was a bit more direct. Because all it has to do is climb up to there. I could almost do like a hard line fitting there that would, you know, the bubbles would be able to escape. But let's just try to get this to work. Once we get it to start pushing water, I think it'll be able to push bubbles through that section of hose. Oh, no, I meant to fill it to the brim. Whoops, hold on. July 2014 XBMC was XBMP. Rebranded to Kodi as it's gone more than just Xbox Media and console stuff. What a software project that was. Do. No more bubbles. Oops. Oh, that's going to spill if I go any further. Nice and liquidy. Let me get a paper towel because inevitably I'm going to need it. If not just for the cut on my thumb. And we'll try tilting this thing around and see what happens. You can load it onto a jailbroken Fire Stick. Ah, cool. I should jailbreak my Fire Stick. I don't really need to, though. Because it's already got, what do you call it? That one sharing platform thing. Okay, why is the pump not giving up its bubbles? Could you please give me these boobles? I need these. They're important to me. By all means, they should be exiting that right now. They're sticking to the walls. And if they stick to the walls of the pump, I can't get water to flow through this. And if I can't get water to flow through this, I can't get the air out. Come on, buddy. There's some bubbles from the system. The reservoir is going to be a big bubble holder. Luckily, it's got a nice path for bubbles to get out, though. But if this doesn't fill up with water, I'm in trouble. So, emergency procedure, I can release this a little bit until it starts leaking. You said I could be anything. Or not. Come on, man. If I lay it down, open it up. Really? Is this going to just let me remove the entire fitting without even dripping? Okay. Huh. What's unique? Not as easy as 3DS. I need to hack the 3DS still, too. With them shutting down the store. No, don't. What the? Okay, all the water went somewhere else. Oh, but it still won't fill. Good. Good. Give me this back. I take your water. I drink it up. Yeah, it just won't fill. That bubble, I think, is on a rise in that chamber. Yeah, it's your hardware. Do what you want. Yeah, exactly. Hey, I'm not messing with Philly Waterworks. Those guys are corrupt. I think maybe I need to rethink this pipe coming out of the reservoir, because it should... Bubbles should go up this pipe, and they're not. Just because it has to go down and then up, and the air isn't getting out of that. All right, there's a bit more water in here, so we might be able to force some of the system to shoot water out of all of its appendages, basically. So let me try running the pump again, even though that's going to create a slurry. It would be better, although more difficult to manage. Like, I don't know, the design of this pump, this should be further up. So this thing should probably sit vertically, and then all the bubbles will come out here, even though this is the inlet. Or if it's on its side, it should probably, the outlet should probably be at the top. If that were at the top, then I guess the bubbles would naturally want to go out that way. It's tough to figure this stuff out. Probably spend a lot of money to do this on like cars. Turn it on and see what happens. It's going to release a slurry, but at least it will get bubbles coming out of the system. Yeah, that's starting to pump a little bit. Open this up, more stuff will flow. And then I have to have emergency water ready for when this water line gets low enough that it's threatening to... Look at the flow rate, it's terrible. Just because there's so much air in the system. Does the pump let liquid through when it's not on? Yes. So turning it off is also part of the bubble extraction routine. But yeah, okay, so I think I need to get this to be more vertical, and I don't quite know how I'm going to do that. Maybe another hardline fitting on it, which requires me to drain it again, but I can make this into a whole U-shaped thing, and then that'll be the upper connection. Because yeah, it needs to be a different path. The path needs to be different. Let's see if we can figure that out. Blah, 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 blah. So for that, I guess I'm going to remove water until the water level is below the reservoir, and then this will be much easier to work with. So I drink up your water. That's why the big basting syringe is really a good tool to do water cooling with. You can do a lot of different stuff with a giant basting syringe, like a chicken or even pork. Yeah. Well, it's not like I can like pump into a reservoir or a milk container like you want me to use. Makes the cooling system taste wonderful. And it's so moist. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. This is an Amazon streaming service. Yes, and I'm talking about hacking a Fire Stick. Hey, jailbreaks are awesome. Jeff Bezos can polish his head for all I care. It's my hardware and I want it now. I'm tilting this in all kinds of directions so I can get that last little bit of water that is inevitably going to spill out and onto me. And I'm going to end up looking like a sloppy boy. There's a lot of bubbles there. It's like farting in a hot tub. All right, so now that the water level is just barely below where it's going to really piss me off, I guess I can undo this fitting and get spilled on. And then we can get another one of the right angle fittings and put it in here. Actually, pinch the tube. Pinchy, pinchy. And remove. That's still going to spill a little bit. Oh, more than a little bit. More than a little bit. Okay, there you go. So, where can I route the... Oh, let me get the wrench. Oh, I put the wrench away. I got to do this with hands. All right. Oh, God. Okay, that was over tight. That one's a little too tight. We got to bring out the 17. Bring out the 17. That's the 19. Okay. The only reason I have these wrenches is I couldn't get to a bolt in my car, and I needed to get a set of closed-ended wrenches. These are nice to have, though. I mean, you get a lot of torque into stuff with them. And they'll do the weird, the oddball bolts that you need to get to. All right, so the only fittings that I have left that do right angles, unless I bend PETG, are these the segmented ones. And I want this to go uphill the entire way. So if I do another segmented one here, that's going to get in the way of, oh God, that gets in the way of everything. Because the radiator's right there. Unless I put this inlet like over there or all the way over there, I guess I could. No, but these don't fit under the rail. That's blocking. I don't have any other right angles. No, I don't. We got to make it work, chat. We got to make this work. Not willing to settle for anything but working. If I were doing hard lines, I could make this like weird goofy tube that goes all the way around everything. But we're not doing hard lines, so. And that'll technically go in there. Let's just see. Eh, eh, eh. Never feel weaker than when you're fighting against an O-ring. Okay, that's in there like that. So, I mean, I could climb it that way. And this has to go up. Oh, great. So to get this tube to the other side, this is going to leak all over the place. Oh, boy. Where's my paper towel? At least I can keep it off of the front of things. Here we go. Blurk! That's the radiator leaking out. So half of the radiator is going to now leak into this paper towel. Shit. Here, lift it up like that. There we go. Now the highest point of the whole system is right there. All right, get this out of here. Is that tube gonna leak? Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. Just managing where the tallest point of water is in this whole thing so that I can get it to be a little bit more vertical. Okay, so if that goes directly over... Shit, shouldn't have done that. Should not have did that. Huh. I need like a U section. I don't have a U section. I don't have anything like a U section. I've got like a little aerator. Do we need just a little aerator? No? No, we don't just put that in there? Okay. We don't need that. I do have the compact right angle, and I could combine the one compact right angle with the wide one and maybe create sort of a weird looking BS kind of thing. That, or maybe I can get a small... I don't have a section like that. Do I, though? Do I? Hold on. Like this. Would this do? But then I've got that end sticking out there, and I don't have a gender bender. So I would have to somehow meet that up. That doesn't work. This doesn't work. I don't have a gender bender. Huh. The one that I have, I'm using in the gaming computer. Why don't I have more of these? Because all this stuff is hilariously overpriced. And when you do order stuff, it's better to get it from Alibaba, which takes forever, but is much cheaper. Yeah, that doesn't work, unfortunately. You mean focus? Good. All right. Because that would have been a good look. Then I would have had all my fancy fittings out in front. But I can't get a tube on the end of that. Unless I really stretch it. Oh, that would have worked out so well, and yet I can't do it. These are the little weird problems that you run into doing this kind of stuff. I'm actually debating whether or not I should use these brass fittings here, whether I should do wider fittings going into this. Nah, I won't min-max this. I think the restriction on the flow of the 5-way, whatever it is, diaphragm, the 5-way splitter is going to be enough that I don't need to worry about. I keep looking in this bin as if one is just going to magically appear. Like a female-to-female section is just going to, like, pop into existence. I mean, the other way to do it would be to bend PET tubing and use a couple hard fittings, but I don't think that's really going to work out all that well. Plus, this is too close. The fittings will scratch the acrylic if I use them. So that doesn't work either. I'm fresh out of ideas. Big ugly fitting like that, and then it can just go end to end. That's all I can really think of. Yeah, exactly. Lower your standards, check the fridge again. Lower your standards, check the fridge again. Lower your standards, check the fridge. Lower your standards again, check the fridge. I mean, if I use the big silly section of tube, we can make it over there. I keep tilting this thing and expecting it not to leak all over me. Because the only place we could meet up with that is down there. I could shorten it a little bit, but there's this big tube in the way. Like if I could get the inlet here, I think I can do that with some of the hardware. Yeah, I think I can. Okay, so let's try to get the inlet into that space, and then we've got a less distance to go, and I don't have to use funky right angles everywhere. And it'll climb a little bit better because it'll have more space to climb. There, I need to get this like this. Talk about a meander. That is a silly thing that this tube is doing, but it lets me unscrew it at least. And then I need to get the ball end socket on for that, because I need to undo it at an angle, and the ball end allows me to do such things. Such horrible things. Like that. Everything is crisscrossing in this, and I wonder if I wanted to have, well, that would be the outlet would be up top if I flipped the pump around. If I flip the pump around, the outlet would be up top. If I flip the radiator around, it would probably be a little better for those lines, but maybe not by much. It's also possible that I could use a hard line between those two if I put the radiator on the other side. But then the fan would stick out of that side, and I don't want it to be board side. Yeah, all right, we'll keep going this way. We'll keep working on it in this orientation. Just wondering if I flip these two. Inlet and outlet doesn't really matter that much for these because they all go up and down and around. So if I flip these two tubes, then this over here, but instead it would go to this one, and then it would do a hard line up to the reservoir, which I don't know if I can do that length in hard line. It might be doable, but actually, that might not be doable in hardline because the hardline has a specific like turning radius, so it would kind of like hinder itself. Well, anyway, okay, so I put this one here. That's actually fairly difficult to get on, but these low-profile fittings are at least okay for getting in a tight spot. What do you guys do over there at? Hold on, scroll. It's not that far up on the chat. Yankee Axe. Oh, is that like making axes? Uncle Joe was talking about melting axe heads by accident. This is a Scandinavian thing. I don't know. Now, can I get this in here? No. Oh boy, that didn't sound very healthy. Well, I got a little bit, but it made all kinds of scraping noises. I think I totally screwed up the anodization on a little section of the maker beam over there. That's no good. That's not, I didn't sign up for that. So the question is, do I want to do a hard line and have it just poke out over here? Or if it's all the same, I think I could just do one of the brass fittings on there. I like these brass fittings. I've got a shit ton of them. I was going to use them for all kinds of water cooling, but they are fairly restrictive going from G1/4 to this tiny little brass outlet. They look good though. They look great. They're good for stuff like this, where non-standard water cooling applications where we don't need a super high flow rate. They're sort of a higher pressure water system. But then the thickness of the silicone hoses means that they hold themselves onto the hose barbs and they don't leak. We're running this pump in full when we do the testing here for the filling and stuff of the cooling system. And in the final burn the subs, it'll probably run a lot slower. And it probably will turn off, even though the Raspberry Pi will continue to generate heat because it'll be on the network at all times. Although technically it doesn't need to be on the network at all times anymore because the database is not going to be responsible for storing. Actually, the database should probably work better on Node-RED, huh? Is this? Oh, I've been loosening it. Whoops. No wonder. I was like, when does it get tight? The database can exist on the Raspberry Pi that is Node-RED. So this one doesn't have to do that much storage task. Although, wait, this will create the entries, though. if this creates, what we're going to have is Node-RED as the front end, and names of subscribers will come in on Node-RED, and they'll be evaluated on Node-RED about whether or not I want to burn them, and then they'll be sent to this system. And this system will contain the code that turns the names into text and tries to place it on the board at a random location. From there, it will store it in the database either as needing to be turned into G-code or as turned into G-code and ready to burn. And then another thread will go through that database and find all the names that are ready to burn and then send them to Clipper, where they will then be turned into motor instructions. So the database would probably exist on this Pi unless I have it send all that data back over to the Node-RED platform as sort of the front-facing, internet-facing segment of the shop. So now that I've got that, I think this is a much better downhill. And these can do their nice soft bends on their way downhill to the pump. This is a much better system. Now all of the bubbles from the pump are going to naturally flow up and into the reservoir and get caught. Yes, yes, yes. Burn, 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 burn. That's all you guys want from me is burning. All right, so we'll do a cut there. Where'd my scissors go? Man, these were precision scissors, and I tried to buy another pair of them because I think I stole these from the FBI, but these were, I used to work for the FBI, for a contractor at the FBI, but these are like, who are these? Stanley? US Precision Tools? USA something or other. USA something something or other tool, and they fit my American fingers just great, and they're precision scissors, so they make really good cuts. But they're starting to get a little bit dull, and I tried to order another pair of them, and I looked at them very carefully, and I said, this shape of scissor is what I'm looking for, this exact shape, right? So I found scissors on Amazon that were this shape, and I ordered them, and it was like 10% smaller, to the point where it hurt my hands. Ridiculous. I got bamboozled. Hoodwinked. That needs to be even shorter than it is. Yeah, now I'm just a bum on the internet. Damn it. Motion detected at the front door. Yeah. There we go. That is the perfect run. The perfect run. That's exactly what the hose should be doing. Always going uphill. Some motherfuckers are always trying to ice skate uphill. And this tube is one of them. So now that is always going uphill, so bubbles will be encouraged to leave. The only problem is this piece right here is kind of an overhang, so bubbles will tend to gather right there. Dumb. But anyway, now we can actually get the bubbles out of the system. I'm much happier with the way this is plumbed. Because bluebells will always be encouraged to go up to the reservoir. We only have one problem area, as well as, I guess, the tubes that are going to the various accoutrements are also going up and then downhill, which is something we can't help. I mean, I guess I could really like emphasize the return path and trying to keep that always as a place for bubbles to always flow up, but you can't avoid it sometimes with stuff like this. Sometimes a cigar is a cigar. what people would do is make anything into one of those things so that they could turn them in and get the cash prizes that were offered overseas. And then we would end up with some piece of crap that we had to figure out how it would theoretically work. And there were a lot of weird things. I can't tell you about a single one because I don't remember. I have no long-term memory. None. Not even a little. Yeah, that was very much akin to that, where somebody 3D printed a whole bunch of lowers for guns, which are the technical part that counts as a gun, and they got like $20,000 from a gun buyback, and then the ATF was like, hold on. I wonder if they ever got their money. Where did the cap go? Where'd the cap? Cap. Capita. There it is. The Gimli strategy, it only counts as one. The Gimli law. What up, butter dog? How you doing? All right, let's run this and see what kind of boobles come out of it. Kind of awkward that I have to go all the way over there. I got a bunch of lighting stand stuff in the way. Come on, pump out that air. Yes, yes. Ooh, that's not gonna. The radiator being wobbly like that is not gonna survive me shaking the system. See these bubbles coming up. My flow rate is not as high as it is when there's no bubbles in the system because there's a huge bubble in the reservoir right now. Imagine doing this with a gear pump. No. At least larger gear pumps have zerks that you can undo to let all the stuff out. This pump it holds on to the water. It doesn't let the water out of the stuff that it needs to let it out of. I guess the outlet is designed to be up further than the inlet. Okay, let's see if that'll. I need to turn it on at an angle so that what I'm doing is I'm looking at this bubble in here in the pump, and it seems like EK really wants this outlet to be up. It wants it to be facing upwards so that the bubble will filter out and go out where the water flow is going. But I've sort of coaxed the bubble that was in the impeller to go up into that tube. Now if I turn that on, hopefully it'll eject that bubble through the rest of the system. I can hear it scraping right now. Gotcha! There it is. Now we have much higher flow, now that the bubble's out of the impeller. Any of the bubbles that make it around to here are the ones that are getting sucked back up by the pump. It seems pretty calm over here, which is why I wanted to have the outlet be over here. And maybe that's what the purpose of this is. This kind of drums up some interference, and then bubbles don't really tend to get back and around. Although we did see a lot of interference over there when we had it over there. This is probably the better place to put your outlet. But I can't do it. Can't put it there. Put it there. So the next thing is you want to tilt the radiator back and forth to encourage the bubbles to leave the radiator. It's like burping a baby. Burp, 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 burp. And then in order to chase the bubbles out of the rest of the system, although we don't need to chase the bubbles out of the rest of the system, I can plug in the temporary connectors and we can just see this thing come to life. Maybe I shouldn't have scissors just running around on the desk like that. All right, that's at a pretty good place, the water cooling system. It's good that we avoided using too many of the weird elbows. Did I use any? Yeah, no, wait. No, I didn't use any of the weird elbows. Hey, how about that? Yeah, the other two are over here. I'll set the water level lower when we actually get the thing running on the whole thing. because I like that little cascade of water that comes down across there. I like it. I think it looks good. Cool, body. Why don't we just burp in the middle of me saying something? That's a great move. Let's do that again sometime. Jeez. At the last job, we had a homogenizer feed. It was a gear pump. We basically never let all the liquid out of it ever. Oh, God. What? Aren't gear pumps pretty clean, though? Shouldn't that be totally doable to get that to be nice and, like, air-free? I thought on the larger industrial stuff you would have like a bleed screw in various strategic places. I mean, that's what they do with cars. You have a bunch of little bleed screws in a bunch of places that catch air bubbles, because everything can't be routed properly where, you know, an uphill is always leading to a reservoir. All right, let's see here. So what happens if I plug this in while it's on? Oh, it's 100 liters an hour. It's a tiny little pump. I don't know which one's out and which one's in. So when I plug this in, it might start filling up. And I want to get the whole system in the shot here. It's going to be harder for you guys to see this thing moving, because the whirligig actually does whirligig. All right, let's see here. All right, that's not moving, so I'm going to unplug that one. I'm going to plug in the top one. Oh, that's right, these cut off. So if I open it up, no, it's not doing anything. All right, let's try just plugging in both of them then. And that gets flow. Lots and lots of air coming up into the system here from down below. That's that little bit of water flow that we want. Little tiny bit. It'll speed up as the bubbles get filtered through the system. That's what's going to cool our laser. Look at that, beautiful. That's actually a lot of flow. And then again, this pump is going all out. This is full speed, so. And the heat that you see is a reflection, because the metal is cool and the plexiglass is cool. It is reflecting the heat from other things. So the hot light, my body, that's all getting reflective heat. Lasers are cool, but not like that. Not like you think. Well, that's just straight up not going to work. Although that begs the question, if things are going through all of that length of tubing, it's going to end up being in a weird orientation, so is it going to get flow at all? What the heck are you building? I don't know. I just don't know. No, this is Burn the Subs. This is the control panel for Burn the Subs. And since we want to... Oh, no, there was no English language stuff there. I was just... I don't know. I couldn't think of a good joke. This is the control panel for Burn the Subs. This is a very vertical control panel. And Burn the Subs is a very horizontal project. And my cameras are very horizontal. So it's hard for me to show the breadth of what this thing is. This is a redo of the control panel that runs my laser etching table. And my laser etching table is something that exists on my wall, and it's huge, and it is designed to burn the names of people who subscribe to me on Twitch. Now, that said, this thing has been active for a couple years. We've been working on it for a couple years. The reason that it's years is because I am very burnt out. I'm a very burnt out man. And we gave it a little bit of time to work on things. Yeah, everything's kind of whirly-gigging. Yeah, the wall laser. So, so we've been redoing it over time. And, oh, I need to give you mod powers over on YouTube, Pyro. I'll figure that out someday. Can I just click on you and make you a moderator? I can report you. mod. Nope, that didn't do it. I don't know how to do it. Oh wait, no, that's the wrong account. That's why. Okay, hold on. I made a new account for the VODs, and that's on like a separate thing. I'm gonna go ahead and report my own message. Hide user on this channel. No, we're gonna mod my other account. Do that, and then Pyro. Yeah. Go away. Pyro. We do add as mod. You get the standard mod. You're not allowed to mess up my channel. I'm not allowed to totally screw up my entire online presence. There. All right. Nobody even remotely acts a fool on that channel, so whatever. All right, so all the whirligigs are whirling. We got air out of the whole system. It seems to behave nicely with the quick disconnects too, because when I disconnect one of them, it just represents like a dead end, because these need to be plugged in order to get water to flow through them. They've got a little like valve at the front of them, and all that. Sorry, hold on, I'm scratching my shoulder right next to the mic. All that valvage is not slowing down our water to the degree where we don't get any flow here. We don't need a lot of flow at the laser. I mean, if we just get a little bit of flow at the laser, that's totally fine, because that'll be the sort of an on-demand stuff. Yeah, what's that weirdo on YouTube? He doesn't even have like a crown or a sword or an ohms. YouTube is less fun than Twitch. You're now a managing moderator for the sub. Wow. I'm gonna block myself. Okay, everything's whirling and gigging. Everything's good. Eventually I'm gonna have to replace this radiator, because we don't need that much. I don't think so. If we do, I guess I can swap it back in, but it's kind of a little awkward. It looks like a big nose. So that'll eventually get swapped. Yeah, exactly. I'm like assigning Pyro a moderator task, and I'm like, listen, I've hired you because we're in dire need. And I open the doors and it's just like a desert. There's just nothing. Just an empty warehouse. All right, so this is doing good. We are getting flow. Look at us go. There's little tiny bubbles coming in every now and then, and those hopefully meet their end fairly quickly on this scheme. But what else? Raider from BitLooney, who raided with 4 people. Hey, BitLooney, thank you for the raid. Appreciate the people. We're working on my wall-mounted laser etching, quote-unquote, table. And we're working on the control panelips. The control panel. I hear scooshing noises, which means that there's still a little bit of air in the pump. But I think we need to try to seal this 3D print now. I think we're at that point. So I'm going to get my glue stuff. This is pretty compact. I'm just going to move it over to the side here. And we need to look at this stuff. Now, I guess, I don't know if I ever really wanted to use the red laser stuff, like the red laser holder. This thing is partially clear, and I would love to be able to see, I guess we'll be able to see bubbles inside of this. We never tried this one out. So what I have are pieces of the, what is it? Who's it again? AlphaCool. Yeah, it's always AlphaCool. AlphaCool makes all the weird, like, corner stuff. What? Oh, is that what they were working on over there? 4 people left after a very boring Fusion 360 session. Fusion 360 is not boring. I use it because it is one of the more visually pleasing CAD suites out there. It's very important to have stuff be visually pleasing on Twitch. There are people out there who would want to watch that kind of stuff. I don't know how advanced you are with it. I'm very dumb with Fusion 360, so. You're just looking at the VOD. That's cool. Yeah, working on cool stuff. It's awesome. So what I need to do is I need to get all the caulk off of this thing, and then we need to hook a syringe with a lure lock adapter up to a piece of hose and put it on the input of this thing. Pro E Creo. Huh. Well, that's kind of cool. Yeah, no, I cut my teeth on AutoCAD at the university that I went to, and it was all command line back then. But I didn't continue with AutoCAD until I started to 3D print, and then I needed something in order to make stuff out of. And since I had been using Eagle as the darling of the hobby world in terms of creating circuit boards, Eagle was not the best program, but it was one of the good ones early on that you didn't have to pay a lot of money for. So I kind of cut my teeth on Eagle, and then since I learned AutoCAD, Fusion was a natural choice. And it allows me to do all kinds of crazy stuff with circuit boards and basic, body creation, I guess you would call it, to the point where we can make brackets really quickly. We can do all the bracketry for Burn the Subs and make it look good and make a nice little, college AutoCAD, don't use that anymore. That's FK Productions is a big fan of Rhino, and I was looking at different CAD programs. I don't know where I'd go if Fusion makes me put up with any more BS, because they do kind of make you try to make you put up with a lot of BS. And if they try to pull one on me again, I'm tempted to switch platforms, but I think I would have to go with like FreeCAD or something. They're not very visually pleasing though. Hey, what's up, Celia? WorkCAD Pro E, I learned that. Similar to SolidWorks. The thing about, you're trying to wrap up ASIC stuff in 2 videos, hardware and footage ready for the Rickroll thing. Nice. Yeah, what the hell was I going to say? The thing about engineers is you got to be kind of a jack of all trades in terms of CAD, because going from job to job, you're not going to have the same programs be the office favorite, and they're not just going to buy you a new program. You got to learn the new one. You always say that you're really good at that CAD program. You lie. You have to lie. Welcome to business, where everyone is fucking lying. New companies using SolidWorks. Luckily, I'm a software engineer. I just like the look of SolidWorks, and I understand its workflow very well. There's not that big of a difference between CAD programs, but it really does feel like your sort of every single thing that you do in a new CAD program requires thought. And it's like playing the long drive, where every action requires a full thought from your brain. Nothing is intuitive. And that wears on you, but you eventually get it, and your brain gets used to it, and your workflows get a little bit more intuitive as a result. And it breaks you. It breaks you. You become a broken man, wondering if anything's going to come of this. And that's the business world. There we go. There. Oh, you guys didn't see any of the stuff that I was doing. Damn it. Whew. Okay, that's out. Now, as far as I know, I've sealed this pretty well with Teflon tape. The body of the laser diode that actually needs to be cooled is just this part right here. That's the thick part that the diode is actually pressed into. The rest of it is where you would typically put a driver. But in this case, the driver on ours is a TTL board. So we have a separate board for it. We only have 2 wires coming out of the back of this thing. And then I am using the remainder of the body in order to give us just a little bit more of an area to run water against. The hardest part of CAD is knowing what I want. Yeah. You're like, all right, so I need to make a solid body here. No, wait, no, I need to extrude. And to do that, it's just like every single thing, full brain, until you learn the workflows. I always wonder what it's like using a program like Altium. The ones like, how are people using programs like Altium or those other uber expensive circuit suites for making physical circuit boards? Because those cost thousands of dollars, and I don't really think you get much of a free trial. Yeah, how can you use Altium for private projects? Like, people are buying that expensive ass license? Because, like, how do you learn how to use it? It's the Photoshop conundrum. And I guess schools started teaching Photoshop, but originally it was like, how do you learn Photoshop? I can't afford it. Yeah, apparently Blender can do a little bit of engineering stuff, but it's kind of foreign to me. I don't know exactly how they get that to work. I know. You can get Altium pretty cheaply. I'm just talking about it's like a chicken or egg situation without, you know, sailing. Oh, that's right. I need to use the tapered ream on this. Tapered ream is not only a good time, but it's also a tool that you probably should have in your shop. It's a repair ream. Tapered ream, aka repaired ream, makes nice round holes, and it also makes them a little bit wider, which is what they used to call me. Anyway, we're all familiar with the process and the jokes. But that'll get rid of any of the extra little bits of plastic that are in the way. And then the laser should hopefully fit nice and snug. Everything's a hammer. Anything can be a fusible link if you try hard enough. Yeah, I know. That's why school computer labs get cheap Macintoshes that are loaded up with all the Adobe stuff. We used to just pirate Adobe, and that's how we learned how to use Photoshop. Because there's no way any of us kids were going to learn it, but that's why they're so popular, Photoshop. We all learned it as kids. There we go, nice and snug. Has a bug in a rug. When I say bug to Willow, she goes nuts and attacks me. I used to get Adobe by moving the 14-day trial date in the file. That's a good one. All right, so my strategy with this is to load it up with UV glue and put a little pressure on it and then drain it. AutoCAD in a VM that never updated the date so the license would not expire. That's awesome. That's a really good one. They've worked their way around all that stuff now, haven't they? Yeah, local DRM. Nowadays, it's software as a service. Just like cars as a service. Oxygen as a service. Everything gets shitified now. Welcome to the modern world. Now this thing looks smart, but it's leaky as shit. So we need to make sure that we can seal it up. Up to date on my PC before installing, then set back the current date, like 5-year trial. That's awesome. I don't think I ever did much of that stuff. There were some programs that I think, well, no, because back then you would just find a crack that would just get rid of it in general. Instead of having to do like clever stuff, you would just find somebody else that's done it already. So the UV glue that I have is just generic UV glue, but I've cut the tip to be exactly the width of a lure lock. And a lure lock is a type of fitting on a syringe. What allows that fitting to seal. Is this soaked in? This is soaked in glue. Yeesh. I knew something was going on with that. I'm going to put it in a plastic bag from now on. Yeah, you get a plastic bag, UV glue. Yeah, this is leaked all over the place. Damn it. Well, happens after XYZ amount of time that these things just decide to start leaking. Let's expose this to ultraviolet. It's going to make a huge exothermic reaction. I got like a true UV LED flashlight that I can now use. Oh, there's stuff in the bottom of this. Jeez. That got everywhere. Narsty. Narsty, narsty. That's why we keep all the glues in a bin. Where's all the soaking? It's here. So, watch what happens when I expose this to ultraviolet light. Oh. You need to double click to turn this thing on because it's dangerous. Neat. Yeah, this thing will find jizz anywhere you go. Just everywhere. Just everything covered. Look at all that jizz. So what's happening is the ultraviolet light is triggering a reaction that's exothermic. And then the glue hardens. Just like your sock. But this stuff is good for clean gluing, clean epoxying of things like traces on circuit boards. It does a really good job of that. Because it'll make a nice clear dollop over top. But now I'm covered in this stuff, so hold on. I gotta really clean. It's kind of greasy stuff. It doesn't like wash off. I don't know what kind of solvent I could use to wash this off with my hands. I'm just gonna have to deal with crunchy hands for a little bit. Later, Pyro. My mods are like dead. Pyro's the only one that visits anymore. Everybody else got busy after the pandemic. What's today's project? We're working on the control panel for Burn the Subs, and we've kind of gotten the water cooling system working. So I plumbed that up with the new 3D prints. I don't have the right radiator yet. That's going to be something that'll drop in a little later on. And now we're looking at the laser, and we're trying to seal the little laser diode carrier and see what happens when I do that. And so I'm trying ultraviolet epoxy in order to seal it. My ultraviolet epoxy leaked, got everywhere, and so I'm just kind of cleaning that up at the moment. Hard type. That's what they describe me as. What kind of Pokemon are you? I'm the hard type. Resin will give out odor and heat. Wearing gloves and glasses. Wear gloves, glasses, and Kevlar. Carry a sword. Yeah, acrylic base, so I'd use acetone. Saw a video the other day where guys using UV solder mask to solder down one pin at a time on a tiny flex cable. Without that, the heat spreads and releases the pins that were already soldered. What the fuck? That sounds awesome. That's crazy. How do you, huh? I'm just thinking about that. You solder and then you put a dollop down and then you cure it, and then you solder the next one and put a dollop down and then you cure it? That is a very strange one. That's cool. All right, let me get a syringe, which I have in a different part of the shop. That is crazy. Grab a syringe. I'm a type 1 diabetic. I have syringes growing out of my ears. I don't even use them anymore. These syringes that I've been using for everything, they were for the T-Slim insulin pump, and I'm not on the T-Slim anymore, and yet I still have tons of these things. They're cheap, though. If you're doing a lot of hobby projects and you're doing gluing or painting or whatever, you should look into getting syringes and Luer lock needles. They sell blunt needles for these things. It is a very cheap way to put glue onto stuff with precision. Yeah, that's just natural. It's because my immune system decided to attack my pancreas that I produce natural syringes. It's more of a nature abhors a vacuum kind of thing than a bio-horror sort of thing. So see, well, actually, I should wipe that off. Hold on. It's disgusting. Cover your shame. So I cut this so that it was exactly the size of the center of the Luer lock. You can't see anything. Okay, hold on. It's because Burn the Subs is sitting here and blocking all my light. It's blocking my vital light that's coming from that direction. So, Luer lock syringe, right? I can put whatever cap I feel like on the end of this thing, and I've cut my, hey Baloo, I've cut my UV glue tube to just the right size so that I fit that on there, and I can just load the syringe up with the wonder that is UV epoxy. Now, because the syringe is clear, ultraviolet gets into it. So eventually this thing is going to become a solid block of ultraviolet glue. But sometimes I'll wrap tape around the outside to prevent that. But that's just, I mean, it's just what happens eventually. So, all right, that's that. Let's get a lure lock to tube adapter. This is going to go in a plastic bag, I guess. Until then, I'll just put it on a paper towel because it's nasty. And then let's see, lure lock to tube over here. I bought a bunch of these. Actually, it's not lure lock to tube. It's actually lure lock to threads that I bought. But a tube fits over the top of that. And now we have a wonderful dispenser of, now where did I put this tube? I don't want to use clear tube because it's a little bit more pleasing. Maybe we'll just take a little section of this. Don't mix that up with the insulin pump. It'll be pretty bad, huh? Soldered my first tiny surface mount part a few weeks ago. Wish I had something to make that easier. It's tough. Everything is so small in surface. Like when you go tiny surface mount and you got a good microscope set up, it's very difficult to reconcile. Like everything looks normal sized because it's just a tinier version of the big one. But it gets much more tricky to maneuver yourself around it. It's sort of a weird, it's a weird thing. I'm gonna get, I have different tube. I have different tube for this that I can sacrifice. I don't want to cut that one. Let me get more tube. Tube. It's right over here, wasn't it? Yeah. Oh, there it is. There it is. Actually, here's some scraps. I'll use a piece of scrap tube. Scrap tube. Huh? IR is not necessarily blocked by transparent material. There's some plastics that will very easily let infrared through. But I'm not sure about what transmits UV. The syringe certainly does leak UV in. 3D print a cover for it. That might be a good idea, actually. Boy, the cops will be really kind of confused when I have a syringe in a box that's labeled ultraviolet. Don't open that, you're gonna get the light in. Yep, I gotta be careful because these stalks will fall in to the 3D print. I want them to stick out a little bit and be even. We're just trying this out. I don't even know if this is gonna work. All right, and I guess I just work it back and forth a little bit until everything is kind of coated. So let's give it a shot, huh? You guys can't see anything. I don't know what I'm doing with the camera lately. Sorry. Been blocking you guys from seeing everything going on. Just through my shoddy camera work. There we go. So, syringe filled with ultraviolet glue, tubes, open chamber that's not quite watertight. Here we go. I was really hoping a little bit of would appear at the tip of this thing, but I guess not. Yeah, if I keep going and I keep pumping it in, I guess it would eventually come out the other side, but if it just evenly coats the inside, I guess that'll be okay too. All right, now I actually need to get this stuff out of here. I can get all the glue out and air in, then I can try to cure it through the 3D print. I don't know if UV is going to get through, but... Oh, no, it's not going to be a leak fest. If it was under pressure, which I probably should do, I should close this off and give it a little... Just a little bit, because it'll leak out of every seam if I do that. The other thought was that I could just submerge it in the UV resin. All right, well, I have absolutely no idea if that worked or not. Another syringe on the other tube. Give that a shot. Well, or I can just pump it full of... Here, I need a paper towel as a leak basin, and then I'll pump it with the big basting syringe in order to make sure that there's flow from one end to the other. I can't believe they put a lure lock on a basting syringe, though. For Tony Katchateres makes everything taste great. Get all the air out of here, all the water out. Okay, so now I'm going to pump air through here. Till I get air out of the other end. Yeah, I guess I could have done it in the same direction, but... What a weird procedure. My question is how I'm going to get UV into this thing in order to get all the different glue to set. I can just leave it in the sun for a little while, and I guess it'll do that, but... Yeah, every time you use epoxy, it's... Well, with UV, you get a little bit more time. You get a little bit more time. I mean, I guess it's flowing, it's just I'm getting drips out of it. God, I should put a one-way valve on this thing. I had a truly pathetic lunch. It was a chicken roll-up, just a tortilla with pieces of leftover chicken in it that I put a bunch of shredded cheese on. I don't know why we're buying shredded cheese, because it's disgusting. Everything I make with shredded cheese tastes like sawdust. It was the least satisfying lunch I've ever had. Let's over-engineer syringes. No, all the lure lock stuff already has all of that stuff that you'd need to do this kind of weird shit that I'm doing here. All right, that's pretty consistently flowing air. I'm not getting epoxy coming out of this. So I think everything in there got exposed to the UV, so I guess it's now time to cure all of this epoxy, which would probably include the stuff that's already in. This is a throwaway syringe, so yeah, it's basically bagged sawdust is what that stuff is. Yes. Let's do a thin pair of pliers. Oh, I see. There's actually sealing around the fittings too now. Good. 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 Okay, and then I'm actually going to use... What can I use? I can use a syringe tip and just put a little bit around all the stuff and then cure that. You can buy disposable syringe tips. Some of them have metal in them. You can also buy the all-plastic ones if you're a microplastics enjoyer. I love me some microplastics in my brain-blood barrier. Yeah, it's a self-sealing stem bolt. Self-sealing prophecy? Oh, fuck. Shit. That pushed in a little bit. I made too big of a gap, and now there's all this UV epoxy around the laser focus adjust. Well, it should be okay. I'll just have to break it. The other way to do this would be more carefully use the syringe tip to distribute the epoxy on the inner wall until I've fully coated it. Then I could make sure that'll be the next stage of this if this doesn't work. I think I'm ready to start curing though, because everything's got a nice wet layer of epoxy all over it. So let me move the syringe out of the way, just in case we want to play with it a little later. Move these, because these will get all epoxied too, although those are throwaway as well. Those are just scrap pieces. And now I'm going to use the UV lamp on this thing. This UV lamp is so super serious. It's so full of itself. I don't know who they're trying to sell this to. Maybe cops or something, but it's got like a USB port in the back somewhere or other. Oh, no, the USB port's right here for charging. And then it doesn't let you just turn it on. You have to double tap the button. 1, 2, and then it turns on. And it's supposedly pretty powerful UV, although the camera can't see it. Let's just see what it does. That's heating up. I don't see anything inside of the print heating up, though. All the shit we spilled is heating up. Oh, a little bit inside. Yeah, because we spilled a lot of UV epoxy. That's why it's heating up. Well, the plastic will probably block a lot of the stuff. It looks like there are some uneven drippies inside, so it might stand to reason. It might stand to reason that I should take the syringe inside of the print and coat it, just so that I know just enough is in there. Looks like an automatic pipette tip. It might be, but it's probably not up to the same standards as the typical pipette tip. Because it's cheap Amazon stuff. They sell them for like model building and things. My hand feels warm from all this UV. That's a weird one. Feels like it's in the sun. I think this is a very bright ultraviolet light, and we just don't see these frequencies. Oh my God. Typical pipette tip is overpriced garbage. Sounds about right. Yeah, and then all the stuff that they don't properly sterilize ends up sold on Amazon for super cheap. This is, judging by the amount of heat that I'm seeing, this might actually work. That there is a handheld sunburn. I probably shouldn't get it on my skin too much. My skin is covered in ultraviolet epoxy, though. Just gonna make sure that enough light gets into everything. Everything seems to be heating up pretty nicely, though. But then again, this ultraviolet epoxy does flake off of stuff pretty easily. So I'm a little concerned about using it with the water, but it might be okay. We'll give it a shot. I mean, it seems to have sealed this thing pretty nicely. All right, that's off. Yeah. God, my hands feel all weird after the UV epoxy. It's like weirdly slick I don't have grippy oils. I'm gonna have to trace around that with a knife and open it up. That's created, it's locked the focus in by accident because the whole thing like flew backwards a little bit. Is the plastic turning transparent? It might get a little bit more transparent. This is kind of standard though. This is how it looked before, I think. I don't know if there's like a big dump of, I really hope the material got all around this. I mean, we did fill the chamber, so it probably should have. I'm just scared about it flaking eventually. I'm gonna wait until this thing cools down and then we'll test it with the water and see if it leaks. And if it doesn't, I'm gonna be shocked, but also happy. God, I hate using UV epoxy. It gets everywhere. I guess it's a pretty innocuous epoxy, but it still gets everywhere and it's annoying. Why aren't you spinning? I guess just because the paddle wheel tends to kind of like fall. Yeah, see, now it's spinning. All right. See, the cooling system is heating up because the laser is the only, or sorry, the pump is the only thing creating heat. And so that heat eventually saturates all the different facets of the water cooling system. So we've got a warm reservoir, a warm radiator, and a warm pump. If I turn on that fan, it'll probably alleviate it a little bit because it's not really hot to the touch. It's actually kind of cool to the touch. But in the previous Burn the Subs, the radiator was just simply facing so that air could flow up through it, and that was all it ever needed. We're getting a little bit more serious about cooling here. We're going to have a slightly brighter laser, only by, well, by a pretty big factor, actually. What is it, 2 watts versus 1.4? And as such, we can burn things faster. Although that'll all depend on where we settle with our testing. Overclock the pump. No, they'll create more heat. Why would you wish this upon me? Yikes. Unseating this laser from its epoxy prison is going to be difficult. Charles, you've locked me in this plastic prison. Might need to use a hook blade to do that. Ugh. Renting stock is not an option. It's a perfectly fine option. All right, how's this doing heat-wise? Still quite warm, huh? Well, I think the reaction has probably happened, so I think we do now hook it up to the water system and see what happens. Good old forceps. We're getting very medical today. If it ain't broke, why not fix it? I need a leak basin. Oh, that's right. These hose barbs are very serious. They do not like to unseat. In fact, they do damage when they unseat. So I guess what I'm going to do is, well, no, I should actually unseat these. These are very sharp. They didn't soften these at all, and as a result, they're very difficult to unplug. Actually, do a little damage to the hose when they unplug. Yeah, this is not going to work. Okay, so I'm going to have to go a little further up, and I'll have to cut off the tube, which means I hope I have enough of the tube when I finish. I don't know why I bought these. These suck. Terrible. Yeah, get all the piss out. There you go. I feel like a surgeon. Or a sturgeon. All right, so what are the predictions here on leak or no leak? yeah, we're doing a little bit of computer surgery. Leak fest. I don't think I'm going to run a contest, but well, let's take a look here. Actually, the better view would be from the microscope. This looks unprimed. Hold on, let me run the the micro procedure. Yes. There we go. A little bit less jerky movement and stuff. How many layers are on that print? 1. But we just injected it with ultraviolet epoxy and then cleared the ultraviolet epoxy and then activated the ultraviolet epoxy. So theoretically, this should not, I think it's 2 layers for the sides, 2 or 3, I forget how many. Not enough, but if the hose barbs don't leak, let's just see what happens. I release the clamps. Is anything flowing through it? A minor blockage is probably enough for this thing to not flow any water whatsoever. I see the beginnings of a bubble right there. I don't see anything flowing through. There go the scissors, they just fell on the floor. It is entirely possible that there is a block. I know. Good news, bad news. On one hand, there are not leaks. On the other, there are not flow. I'm looking at this big, like, bubble of epoxy right here. That might be blocking. Need to see a bubble go through it. Whoa, okay, all right. Did I spray the camera? Did you guys get sprayed? There's plenty of flow through this thing. Unless that was, wait, let's try the other end. Yeah, there is definitely flow. Definitely getting flow through this thing. Wow, okay. I guess epoxy did the day. Even though I'm still a little bit concerned that the walls aren't coated the way it probably should be. What I really should do, the way to do it, I mean, dipping it in the epoxy would be one thing to do. The other one would be using the syringe and just covering the entire inside and then putting the laser in and covering all the other edges. Because then if there's enough epoxy on the inside, it'll just, you know, coat up against that and seal it as well. But from the spray that I saw by removing either of the hose barbs, this thing is flowing, and it's got pressure on it too. And it's not leaking. There's not a single drop of, wait a minute. There's not a single drop of water. Not a drop. And as long as this thing is exposed to cooling liquid of any sort, it shouldn't get too hot. Coat it while printing. All I need to do is get it on the inside. I mean, dipping it is one thing, but then getting the hardware on it if I dip it would be very annoying. Or coating the inside, putting the stuff through, and as long as I don't bonk the edges, it'll flow onto the metal itself and stuff. But I mean, just doing this is pretty good. I could do an air test with the scrap pieces of hose. It wouldn't be a very scientific air test, though. I don't think the air test would quite work out. But if I sneak either end of the hose fitting off, it sprays. So that should tell you that it's working. There's a bunch of water coming out there. There's a bunch of water spraying out there. So it's flowing. Blow on it with your mouth. Why is it always got to be a sex thing? Huh? I guess I could do that too. I hear the air that I just introduced in the bubble in the water system. That works perfectly. I'm happy with that. Now we don't know how it reacts under heat. If I, we'd have to do a bit more of a comprehensive setup to get it running with the laser actually pumping out laser light, which I had. Oh no, but it's plugged in. It's not plugged in over there. I just don't have extra leads out here at the moment in order to plug that in at the same time. Maybe I can get that running. Hold on, let's see. What's up, Peekle? What's been going on over on Twitch? Did I miss anything? No, the BitLooney raid happened, and then I got a follow, but we don't announce follows here because we do introverted follow mode. I never liked going to a stream and the person would gush over your follow. It's like, I just clicked a button. Don't worry about me. Let's see here. I have a bin that has all my laser stuff in it. Oh god, it's under the bin of very heavy bolts. Okay, hold on. I am going to let this run for a bit. Like, I don't know if I'll run it for 24 hours, but I'll at least keep everything plugged in over the weekend and see if there's any repercussions, any consequences of my actions. That's all my 7400 series stuff. That's a little bit of burn the subs, but not much. That could definitely get dissipated. This bin. Laser stuff is in one of these. This is this one. This one has all the lasers stuff in it. No, I'm not going to overclock the laser because the result of having a more powerful laser is that it will cut faster, right? It'll cut and burn faster. And I don't want that necessarily. The pace at which we burn names is, it's nice. We might speed it up a little bit, but every time I follow a streamer, I get a comment on my name. Didn't I comment on your name when you first followed? It was like 1 billion years ago. I was like, Jesus Christ. What is your diet? Why are you like this? Ah, here we go. This one is the one that's tuned. Because it says tuned. This thing is my shot slowly. As I work on projects, I get pushed over to the left of my bench. And as I get pushed over to the left of my bench, the arm that holds up the camera is at more of like a precarious position. And then it slowly starts to move down. Why are you the way you are? Why are you like this? I'm not mad, I just want to know why. Which one is our output? TTL laser. So laser goes in here. And then I need to find a barrel plug that gives me, well, it's Q-line A12, so I'm going to guess 12 volts. Oh, fan 12 volts, DC 12 volts. Yeah, so we're giving it 12 volts. We're already giving the 12 volts over here. I don't know if I have something that I can get over to the right. Actually, I think I do. I think I have this. Perfect. Okay, so now I need to get that over to the alligator clips so that we can turn the whole system on at once. Desk entropy, yeah. Yep. Yep. And I need a target for the laser, so I'm going to get a heatsink over here. We're not looking to burn anything right now. I really don't want to have those consequences of actions going to fruition. Where'd that heatsink go? Well, I guess I could point it at the vise. The vise is no longer shiny. The vise can be considered anything but shiny at this point. I just want to tie it onto something where I'm definitely going to be pointing it in the right direction. I don't know how much contact the water has with metal in here. It looks like there's areas of this that are blocked off. So I'm curious to see if it's going to dissipate all the heat. Listen, I've had a wall-mounted laser etching board for many, many years. I know how to deal with the light. I do have laser goggles. I just don't have them nearby. I'm going to point it at this target. It'll be fine. And actually, this one's tuned for 1.4 watts. So it's not going to give the full Monty. All right, unhook the pump. Bring that cable over here. We'll just twist these together. That's prisms that you want. Beam splitting prisms everywhere. We still need to prove that the Earth is round. I mean flat. I have all the optics for it. We need to figure out how to tune them and figure out how to read what we're actually doing. The interference pattern is, I need to strip a little bit more of the wire. Hands feel so weird from the glue. I have the setup to be able to make the full beam operation in order to create a ring laser gyroscope, and we played with it a little bit, and we did a little bit of like 3D printing of laser mounts and stuff to make our job a little bit easier, but it never really came to fruition. We didn't get a good interference pattern out of the whole thing, and I would like to revisit that and try to actually get a good interference pattern. The only issue is that whatever laser I use, be it a diode or a tube, I would kind of like to use the tube laser. I need the whole system to be able to spin, and then we need to be able to observe it while spinning and figure out what the numbers are doing so that we know that something is happening. And then we can stop it from spinning, and we can get that beautiful little 15 degree per whatever hour rotation that the Earth does. It's like I can't grip anything. I just can't grip. Try the Townsend Brown test with MVs. What is none of that? I don't understand any of that. What is all of that? Townsend what test with huh? You have some explaining to do, because I'm curious as to what you're on about. Oh, I don't do high voltage, and for a very specific reason. It's a health reason. It's unfortunate because doing a lot of high voltage stuff would be very popular. People would enjoy watching that, and they would be like, "Woo, high voltage, so dangerous." Because I know how to work around high voltage and stuff. It's just I don't want to do anything like with that, with Tesla coils and high voltage, because I wear an insulin pump, and the insulin pump needs to function. I need that insulin pump. I don't just wear it for hee-hee-ha-ha fun. I wear the insulin pump in order to deliver insulin to my body. I like having insulin, it's nice. It's nice having insulin going into my body, and so high voltage stuff puts it directly at risk. We once had, many years ago on the stream, I had a Tesla coil that I plugged in, and I used it for about 2/4 of a second, and then it blew out my lights. My LED, that scared me. Hot damn, that is a bright LED. Will it stay cool? The wires are not too pleased. We're running 1 amp through the wires. The laser is getting hot. How much are we actually cooling this thing? I'm gonna go with not much. But is warm water exiting? Yes. Warm water is not, wait, no, not really. The water exiting is not that warm. A thermistor hole? You're a thermistor hole. Water-cooled laser. Not enough flow? Or not enough contact with the barrel? How hot is this thing getting? Whoa, ow, whoa, okay. All right, that's hot to the touch. I don't know if a lot of this water is in contact with the actual laser. Thermistor hole or leak opportunity, yeah. Okay, so that worked in terms of sealing the print. It did not work in terms of allowing the water to be in contact with the laser body. Even just having the water there alone should provide me with some form of cooling, but it appears that it's not doing that. It appears as though it's not actually doing that. And look at how we're heating up the heatsink. Cool test setup. This is neat. I'm glad this worked in a sense, but I need that water on metal contact. Interesting. How are we going to get around this one? Ah, man, that's tempting. That is tempting. But I kind of want to redesign it. I'm thinking maybe we need a taller device with a bigger heatsink that's in contact with water. This whole thing is getting warm. Whoa, okay. Interesting. But I don't see warm water exiting, so I don't know where this water is. This water is not doing its job. The cooling system should be taking in some of this heat, and it doesn't appear to be. I think we need to re-strategize a little bit. Because, yeah, I'll let you know if that's the case, Chester, if I want to do that. But for right now, I think something else is... A-Cool or O-Cool, German company is called... Irritating items, supposed to be a water cooler for AM770, I think. Identical, but they're both... I don't know what that... I don't know what any of that means. We've got EKWB stuff and AlphaCool, and the AlphaCool 3D model wasn't exactly correct. This wasn't exactly the right 3D model, so I had to do a little bit of iterative adjustment. Boing, 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 boing. Anyway, so we're running water through all of this stuff, right? We're cooling the Raspberry Pi, we're cooling the motors for the motor controller. There's just a copper tube soldered onto the other side of that board. We're also cooling the power supply for whatever that's worth. It's probably going to generate a little bit of heat. The heat that you see in there right now due to the thermals is just because the pump has been imparting energy into the water system. What we've done is we've injected ultraviolet epoxy into this 3D print and then hardened it using my little UV lamp. And we're turning on this 1.4-ish watt laser with the water flowing through it. And we confirmed that water is actually flowing through it. But what we don't see is much of a cooling effect. So why is that? What is happening? It seems as though a cavity is probably in like the bottom and there's just not that much water flow through this thing. I got to be careful where I point this. It needs to go to the objective and only that. Is that a drop of water? What is that? Oh, it's just a refraction. Ow! The tube is hot to the touch. That's crazy. So I'm not getting a lot of cooling out of this. Maybe it's keeping it from lighting on fire, but it certainly isn't keeping it from... Overclock Edition OctoJ! Yeah, speaking of mods, 75 months. You now have more months than I have viewers. You son of a bitch. Thank you for the 75 months, OctoJ. OctoJ has been subbed for exactly as long as I've been able to have subs. Dumb cap channel, not quite aligned. Won't bolt me either. I give up. I don't understand anything. I don't know anything about that kind of stuff. We're dealing with what a good boy. That makes it sound. Don't make it weird. I think what's happening is water isn't flowing along here. I think it's probably just doing a very quick loop. Can the laser get hot enough to melt the 3D print plastic? Oh, you bet your ass it does. You bet your ass it does. It's building up heat like nothing else right now, and we are responsible for providing it cool water. And in contact with cool water, it should absolutely be cooling down. It should not be this hot. It should be the temperature of the water, basically. So something has gone horribly awry. We've managed to seal the 3D print, but just not in the right way. I'm going to turn this off, because actually the 3D print is getting uncomfortable to touch right now. Oh, and the laser light has gone down significantly. Ooh, we've done damage to the laser diode. I have 2 more laser diodes, so let's turn this off before we do any more damage. So that's why we run the cooler on the laser diode. You guys saw it right there. The amount of light that was coming off of that lessened significantly. I'm going to unplug the laser thing, and I'm going to turn on the cooling system just for whatever it's worth. But really, this thing should be returning back to room temperature much faster. If I water cool it, it'll be too cold to burn the wood. I won't be able to cool the wood. Burn the wood. Maybe if we cool the wood. Wait a minute. I think the way to go is to fill the inside of this thing with the epoxy, like with the syringe, and just target all the sidewalls and stuff. And then I insert the stuff. and I make sure that there's a little bit of an excess of epoxy right here so that we block that path and there's a clear path around the jacket. Because it seems like that path around the laser is not being preserved. I have a feeling when we rip this all out, we're going to see that it's been sealed here and it's getting by down there, and there's just no contact between the metal and the epoxy, or the metal and the water. I'm wondering if staggered printing, this stuff here, staggered 3D printing like this, would result in it actually sealing. It would be really cool if that were the case, because then I could seal it from the upper and the lower part. Oh yeah, lasers require heat sinks. There was a thing we pulled up earlier of a laser like etching thing on a 3D printer, and it had this big boxy body, and that big boxy body is a giant metal heat sink. So yeah, Burn the Subs is a cool project. I know we haven't worked on it lately, but I know I've needed to get back to it, but it's it's one of those things. My other thought about this is that I could expand this jacket. If we're really going to be seeing as much heat as we saw there, I could expand the jacket out a little bit. It is a big project, and we lose sight of that, and then I get people coming in here being flippant and being like, oh, when are you going to burn my name? And it's like, dude, this is a big project. We got a lot of stuff to do. But I kind of burnt out on it for a little bit. We're getting back into it because I've exhausted a couple other projects, and I'm waiting for an RC car frame. At some point, I'll get a break when I get an RC car frame in the mail, and we get to build that. So this one has heat sinks on the body. This one is overall just larger. We didn't get a good beam out of this one, though. That one over there has really nice glass in it. But this one has ribs. Everybody says in their head, for her pleasure. All right, we got over that one. Question is, can I use this body? There's kind of a limited amount of bodies for laser diodes. There's not a huge variety out there. Everybody say it in the brains. Everybody say in your brains. All right, if I could just get this other wire to get out of my way, I could see if this is the right size, but I don't think it is. I think that... No, that might fit, actually. I don't know what wattage this one is. Oh, it's a laser line module. Because if I could make one of these other frames work... Yeah, see, that doesn't fit. What about... My laser stuff is looking kind of bleak lately. I wonder if we look see if we can buy something. But then again, the dinky little module should do fine. I mean, it's just like having that extra surface area there, but this is the transfer on this collar here to the laser diode carrier. And this one I don't have good glass for. It's got kind of a weird beam. I can't believe we damaged that other laser diode. The diode itself... Oh god, I don't even remember. There are a couple standards for laser diodes, and this one is, I think, one of the really small ones. It's one of the really, really teeny tiny little small ones. Listen, if a project is worth doing, it should scare you a little bit. Just a little bit. Because in overcoming that fear, you grow. That's one of the guiding philosophies of this entire show. A worthy project should scare you just a little bit. The diameter, I don't, man, I'm not measuring this right now. What's important is that it fits the laser diode module, and the module is one of these little guys. Right there. That's that small size of canned laser diode. How do I talk to girls then? That just scares me. Here's the trick. Girls are just like guys. You just need to not be too obsessive about what you're talking about. You need to be passionate about what you're talking about. And you need to not miss the social cues of when to not talk about things. I hang out around car guys. They are just like horse girls. They will talk about oil grades and quality all day, and all of their wives' eyes are glossed over, and they are not paying any attention to what their husbands are saying. Yeah, don't be weirdly passionate, even if you are. You don't want to talk about like T-72s for an hour. Nobody cares. But find something that you like talking about that's mildly interesting, and you'll get very far. And don't worry about that voice in your head that says that you've embarrassed yourself, because you have, and it's not worth worrying about. That's it. There you go. Tips from Bother. Everybody go out there and talk to a girl. I think this is the previous blue laser, and it's a very big mount, and I think that's what fits in here, in this other style of laser diode mount. And I don't know what fits onto this ribbed tubing, because that would be nice to use. Because then I could expand the cooler basically to fit this thing, and then we'd have more surface area cooling, but fear not the cooties. I don't know where my laser diode hardware went. I don't know where the diode carrier for this specific frame got off to. This is a laser line thing. You just put a clear tube in the path of the laser, and it spreads it out into a line. I had my fiance in a degenerate video game. See? There's nothing to it, folks. You don't gotta worry so much. I don't know where any of the hardware for this laser went. I don't know what this just random ass tube. I don't have a lathe. I can't do threads and stuff like that. So I need to find hardware and then put it together like that. Blue laser are more powerful because blue lasers also contain an ultraviolet component to their wavelengths. And so as such, they can burn stuff with that higher frequency ultraviolet much more easily. Which is why we use a blue laser. Also because they look cool. Because blue is the color of the future. There's a Veritasium video about the technology of blue LEDs, which also in turn have driven blue laser diodes to become a thing. Blue laser diodes are also very big in telecommunications. Yeah, Alpha-Cool is a radiator. They're a radiator. Well, they make a bunch of other water cooling stuff too. They're I think they're German water cooling company, and on their website, if you've got the part number of your part, you can get a 3D model of it just as easily. Pretty cool. But yeah, the Alpha-Cool item is the radiator, and then some of the hardware that I'm using to, like the little fittings that I have down here, those are also Alpha-Cool. This thing is still piping hot, and supposedly I've been pumping water to it this entire time. My ass. My ass. This definitely made a blockage, and there's like no contact from the water to the metal. That's absolutely what happened in here. Otherwise, this would not be this warm by any measure. So that dead laser diode is on my hands due to my negligence in this matter. Wrapping a tube around the laser diode carrier would have been a much better plan. That would have guaranteed that there was a heat exchange going on. Off-the-shelf heatsink for my laser. In my engraver, temp went down by more than 30 degrees C. Yes, you do a little bit of cooling. A little bit of cooling goes a long way. No, the flow meter wouldn't help. I unplugged each of these tubes individually, and they both had water flowing out of them when I unplugged them. If I unplug one and there's water flowing, and then I unplug the other and there's not, see, I got water to flow out of this one. Cooling block is the same Alpha-Cool company made for a specific AMD Radeon video card. Oh, that's kind of cool. I have some water cooling stuff left over from old water cooling setups, but I think it's all too big and bulky and heavy for this. Basically, all I would need... It would be better if I could use one of the Alpha-Cool chambers. How would that work? Where did that other one go? It's in one of these bins. Hold on. We'll have to get the laser diode out of there in a minute. You know, like I could modify... No, not really. Not this stuff. Oh, wait. Is this some of that laser hardware? No, I don't even know what this is. That's a mic adapter, microphone adapter. No, nothing in here. We were going to use this as the heatsink for the laser diode. That would have cooled it pretty nicely. And it looks good. But I decided to go with water because I'm me. Because that's how we roll. Dip the laser in water. I mean, that's essentially what I'm trying to do. This is more effective than dipping it in water. Oh, that's all the Maker Beam stuff. That's very heavy bin. I see. Yeah, you also have Alpha Cool hardware. All right. This would have been a good carrier for the laser. This is also an Alpha Cool part. It's actually a manifold for cooling a Raspberry Pi. When I got it, it had fittings on it, but none of them were like glued. There was no sealant on any of this stuff. I have a problem, and the only solution is tubes and cowbells. No, I still think the 3D print will work, based on what I saw today. I think that the 3D print will work. I just need to glue it a little differently. I think I need to just apply the glue carefully and make sure that I preserve water flow in the proper direction through the system. Aw. Ah, man, that would have been good. Wait, what about this? If I could like build that in. It's not exactly plug and play. But then I would just be filling this thing with water and then extracting the same water. But that would actually work because everything would be in contact with metal. Yeah, you gotta rule of cool, you know? Even though it may be fully ineffective. See, my thought is that this thing, if there's water flowing around this barrel, the barrel will very easily exchange heat to everything else. So I think what happened is we didn't have water flow around the barrel. No, series is fine. EKWB is a couple things that you could read if you go to their website. The EKWB website is a couple things to read about, like people were like very concerned about what order things are in the water cooling system. Like, do I go from this to that to this to that? It's not, the order doesn't matter. The flow rate is such that everything is going to be at just about the same temperature in your loop. Water is very difficult to add and subtract heat from, and that's the whole point. So you have cool water running through your system, and that cool water applies its coolness, I guess, absorbs the shaking molecules really, really well, and doesn't change temperature that much as it flows through. I mean, that water, look at how fast the water is flowing through the system, right? So like, you get a little bit of heat out of that water, and then it's yeah. And if it's flowing slower, then it's just going to absorb more heat. So as long as you have a decent amount of volume and enough flow, everything should be totally fine with the order that the order does not matter. Everything's going to eventually find the radiator. A coil of copper tubes soldered to the laser housing. That's what I was going to do, and we were working on sealing the ends of the copper tube, and I finally cracked that one, but then I thought, what if I put epoxy on the 3D print in order to seal it? So we're trying that out today. I think I have one more thing that I want to try with the print. I'm going to see if I've got another one of these things printed, and then the fallback of all that is a copper tube wrapped around this thing, and then some 3D print to like hold it in place. My first liquid cooling tube. Oh man, I don't know if I have pictures of it anymore. But this was, I mean, I still have the water block. I do have the water block. My first build was using PVC tubes and having blocks that were anodized that were just held on by a cross beam. And then from there, when people started getting a little bit more serious about water cooling, I moved on to just way too big of a pump. I was 15, 16. And in college, I had this one and this one, the Danger Den spiral copper blocks. This is before they were nickel plating copper. Nowadays they do this and then they nickel plate it, and actually instead of this you use a slotting saw and you make really thin whatevers. But yeah, I never had a 486. I was using Max at that point. I was just a little bit post, right about the time when graphics cards started to come out, and you had to do the little pass-through cable on the graphics, and if you tried to take a screenshot, it was bright purple because it would put up a what is it called, like a blue screen on your computer. 46. That was your first computer. Nice. Yeah, everybody had 486s and they had a much better time of it. I had a Mac. I was doing Macintosh things back then. All right, pump off. And because of the way the system is made, I can just do the quick disconnects. They don't make much of a mess. Good old medical quick disconnects. And actually, just to be nice, I'm going to put a forcep on this thing. If you're doing water cooling, consider forceps. 500. I remember my friend bragging about his 1 gigabyte hard drive. He fit a lot of porn on that thing. Hoo-wee! That thing was a lot of porn. There was a lot of porn on that. That hard drive was chock full of porn. Slot A GPUs. Yeah. Yeah, actually when overclocking the slotted CPUs, the Pentium 2s and whatnot, which I actually shuffle, 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 shuffle. This one with a picture of the die. These were great for overclocking because you could sandwich all of your cooling stuff around the card and it wouldn't, like, condensation wouldn't be a thing. Shame we went away from this. I guess we needed more pins and didn't want a whole circuit board dedicated to the CPU. This lives on my shelf. All right, let's see here. What happened to this thing? How am I going to get this out of here? Is that water? Possibly just from unplugging it. Oh no, that's all epoxy. So if I pop this out of the epoxy, which is not going to be an easy thing to do. Let me pop this out of the epoxy. 464-bit, damn. Yeah, it was much more fun to cool things back then because nobody was doing it. Basically just going to extrude this thing through. Come on, you have no choice. The vice does not ask, the vice tells. Oh, now I've run out of ice. Just ice. All right, let's try this. Well, can I get to any other? No. Strange new methods of prying stuff apart. Oh, no bother. Yeah, they had a whole PCB and no thermal management, huh? Oh my God, I need a pry bar. What kind of pry bar do I have here? I don't have any pry bars down here. It's all up with my car tools. I have a pickle fork down here just for fun. Okay. They're bending my tools. The vise from Miami. This is my miniature precision milling vise, and I use it as a general holding tool because the vise is heavy. It has weight to it, and that weight is what allows me to hold things still, like circuit boards. I hope this isn't damaging the threads on the laser diode carrier. All right, so my theory is that water was getting through, but only in a very small location. And let's just see if there's evidence of any of that. Oh, yes. So most of this is filled with epoxy. Let's just take a look. I'm not even reading that. You don't get that. I don't get that. I'm not reading that. So it kind of looks like it did actually seal. It wasn't leaking by. It wasn't leaking by there. And there should have been plenty of metal on water contact just through a very thin layer of epoxy. So what we did theoretically worked. Where did my pin tool is gone? Where has you gone? There it is. Like, this stuff is very, very thin. Nice and thin. Yeah, that's perfect. What's going on here? There's a little bit of thickness to that. This is very thin, so water should have absolutely still been cooling everything. It doesn't appear like, because I thought stuff would bypass this little lump here, but I don't really see evidence of that having happened. That may be what has happened, but it seems as though water was flowing over the... So we need to make sure that the metal is what's being exposed to the water. But like, when we turn this thing off, we turn the laser off and we left it to soak with water going through it, the water should absolutely have been going up and around and to the outlet, right? And it wasn't cooling the laser. The laser stayed hot for quite some time afterwards. Strange. So maybe it needs more exposure to the water. I really thought this would have been enough. And also it looks like some of the inside was taken up by... Yeah. So, okay. So what do? Tape over the two ends, do it again, and then open up the ends, and then do a quick upper and lower epoxy on it. I'm gonna have to think about this a little bit. Looks like it's screaming. Ah! Yeah, I'm just trying to think. And it's always an uphill battle. If I do two different epoxies on the thing, like if I dip it and then seal it, and then I open the holes up again, put the thing through, and then I use the syringe to do the little end seals, that might work out. So I might still dip it and then seal it that way. And then when I put the laser tube through, it'll be the metal of the tube that is exposed to the water. The flow of water over the outside of the metal should be cooling it enough. I mean, if I have water flow going around that space, I mean, I know it's not brilliantly super efficient, but it should be enough that this thing is, in good shape. I got to get all the epoxy off of this from that spill. Just change out the diode every time. Yeah, this diode is dead. We're gonna have to replace it before the next test too. All right, well, let me get it out of here. The water, well, it was contained in the plastic mostly. There were some spots that were exposed, but this thing still built up heat so much, it seems like it was fully insulated. Yeah, plastic should do anything. But it's strange because, yeah, when we turned it off, it held the heat like it was insulated. So my thought is that there was a little bypass and the loop wasn't as long as it should have been, because it should be filling that space and then being in contact with the metal and coming out again. Keep the case, put a low value resistor in for the test rig. I mean, that would be great and all, but this is Twitch and I need to, take risks in order to get viewers. That's why you guys are so engaged. If I've always got my safety pants on, then, I don't know. Engineering is very boring, is what I'm trying to say. This is fun. Let's cut towards our hand. Yay. There we go. Stupid knurled thing. I can't believe we ruined this diode. I guess I had to do it. I'm engaged because you're doing it wrong. I mean, there's that too. You become fairly resilient to bullshit on Twitch. But that was like a $14 diode. Actually, I think the pack of 3 was $14. Those diodes are getting so cheap. I don't know what the deal is. I guess it's Telcom that's driving the price down because everybody wants blue lasers. Telcom and I think entertainment systems are using high power blue lasers. And so those are flooding the market. And it's downright dangerous. That one YouTuber has a laser that looks like a fucking lightsaber when you turn it on, and his whole fucking like shop fills with UV light. That is so dangerous. Like, I am cavalier around blue lasers like this, but they are to be respected because there is a large, pretty much invisible UV component to that laser light. And so what ends up happening is it will hit something and become so bright that your eye does not really sense that. Your eye's not out here going, man, that light is way too bright. Let me squint. I mean, it is a bit of a built-in safety system, but at the same time, those light receptors can be overwhelmed and you don't realize that you are cooking your retina. Laser safety goggles are a big deal investment. Now, I am going to need a wrench in order to undo this, I think. How can I do this? This thing got so impregnated with glue. Oh yeah, they had the UV lights were too low to the it was like that Crypto Bro Club thing, and yeah, people were like, I feel like I've been at the beach all day. It's like, yeah, you have. Yep, different glasses for different laser frequencies, and some lasers put out multiple frequencies. Yeah, it's a whole thing. Now, this I bought off of the Laser Pointer forums, and so this uses slightly better glass than your average laser diode. This I bought for my own personal laser pointer, and then I realized that having a very bright blue laser with you is not, really doesn't make you cool. It really doesn't make you cool. I mean, even some frequencies of light will get through your eyelids, but I don't know how damaging they are. But UV and blue are not to be trifled with. Let's trifle with it. Laser output. I'm going to see if just the heat was causing it to be dim or if this laser diode is well and truly borked. How borked did we bork the laser? Oh yeah, wait a minute. That's all. Well, actually, I don't need to turn that on at the same time. So yeah, let's take that off of there. Let's get this on the leads. Let's give this thing 12 volts. Bada beep. And then we come over here to this plug. Ow, that hurt. Okay, it's back up to full brightness. I can tell you that because there's a burn mark in this paper towel right here. Jeez. I plugged that in and things got extremely bright. Yeah, the CO2 laser cutters where you just can't see anything happening. Man, that was a bright flash. Oh, this thing's still good. It was just the heat kind of made it a little bit more dim. One thing that's interesting is I am going off of a matte black heatsink. It's matte. It's black. It's a focused laser beam. And yet, the UV component of that laser is causing my shirt to light up fluorescently. So you couldn't cut, yeah, you wouldn't be able to cut that with a razor, but the laser's going through it like it's nothing. Yeah, those CO2 lasers are pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. But yeah, this looks like it's fine. We got all our brightness back. So the laser diode's still okay. It just got a little bit heated there for a minute. Even plugging it into the vise like this and having the vise clamping it slightly is more cooling than we got. Very strange. I mean, what Octoj said is exactly right. Get the laser from DigiKey? No, not nearly that responsible. I got it from eBay. You can always trust eBay. Nobody ever lies about their listings that you can't necessarily prove wrong. It's just a wonderful marketplace of free thoughts and ideas and things that'll kill you. I love getting industrial stuff off of eBay. It's one of my favorite things to do because these industrial things have a lifetime. And if they die, they will destroy like an industrial process, which is far more expensive than swapping it out, even if it has a little bit of life left in it. And so you can find things like big industrial servo motors for pennies on the dollar because they've been swapped out of an actual industrial machine, because downtime fixing is worse than downtime exploding. That's how I got the motor for my steering wheel project, which is a 2 horsepower Mitsubishi Mel servo. That's this thing all the way over here. And the seller was so happy that I was buying this $100 motor, which is actually a multi-hundred, maybe even $1,000 motor. He was so happy that I bought the second one of his, and I said I would make something on YouTube about it, and it's like 8 years later, and I still haven't made a thing on YouTube about it. He also sent me a planetary reduction that bolts into the front of that, which was probably also a couple $100s. So if I really need to turn my body into a pile of meat, I can do that with that motor and the planetary gear reduction. Oh yeah, electronics components like voltage regulators, I would not trust to eBay, although I believe I have in the past. But if I'm buying a voltage regulator, I'm either getting a module from Pololu or I'm looking on, well, I got my LM117s from Amazon, so I kind of violated my own principles there. But I will go to like your DigiKeys and your Mausers and stuff like that for those. Those are a little bit more important to get right. Things like weird ASICs, I don't know. I violated my principles on the regular, actually, to be honest. That's why they're there. The principles are there to be violated. Did this get... Uh-oh. I think this got UV epoxy in it. I'm going to have to leave it like partially open for a little while. I think I have one more of these things sitting in the back. Being broke makes you trust... Yeah, that's true. The cost of shipping and waiting for parts from China is ever infuriating. Chad, I'm tired. Our thing worked and it also didn't work at the same time, which is kind of a weird place to be. Fuses from Amazon, the top rated ones, are not blowing at the rating. That's some sick shit right there. That's fucked up. Yeah, I'm very sad the day that Amazon opened its doors to billions of random sellers that are selling white label products, because that sort of thing is going to happen more and more often. When buying things from overseas, there's a certain degree of caution that you need to express in it, and we used to be able to evaluate that pretty easily. But these marketplaces have fully opened themselves up to this kind of thing, where the person that's selling it isn't even involved at all, and you're getting it directly from a factory. And apparently that's hustling, but for us, it's more of a guessing game. For those of us that are trying to actually get the numbers right and not blow up our house, it's a little bit more difficult. Harbor Freight had the same issue. Harbor Freight's quality waxes and wanes, and I believe that any product that could kill you from Harbor Freight is going to be okay. But then they had the whole scandal about jack stands cracking. So I don't really know if I trust Harbor Freight with that anymore. It used to be that if you needed an engine hoist or a jack stand, you'd buy it from Harbor Freight. You know you were getting something that wouldn't kill you, because if it kills you, they'll be in trouble. But if it was something that won't kill you, like a screwdriver, it's bottom barrel, not even worth buying. I should have I should have put a glass tube in this to see where the water was flowing. It looks like we had a buildup of epoxy in this area, and I'll see if I can show you guys that at the same time. Sending out, what's TSB? Ask customers if they put Harbor Freight fuses in. Oh my God. Is it the safety board stuff? It looks like, yeah, it looks like it wasn't as efficient as it could have been in sending water over the metal. Technical service bulletin, I see. I mean, instead of using a syringe, maybe I could just get a paintbrush in there, or I could just dip the hole inside and then let it all flow out and then machine it back so that I can put the laser diode carrier in there and seal that. And technically that should seal up all of the 3D print stuff. I need to have an injection hole and an inner and an outer shell, and then I can inject No, this is nickel plated. To what end, I do not know, but I've put Teflon tape on all the threads, and the outside of this thing is nickel plated, save for some scratches. It should also probably be copper and not steel, although I don't know. I'm a little suspicious of that. But the nickel is perfectly fine with copper. Nickel, copper, brass. No other types of metals. Especially not aluminum, as I've learned. I made that mistake. It was my mistake to make, but what I did is I put... I took a heat sink and I machined it down, and AlphaCool sells a chipset cooler. And their chipset cooler is just a plastic shroud with an O-ring on the bottom and water cooling fittings on the top. And you just screw that down. But if you do aluminum and copper, the copper and the aluminum, they're reactive enough, they create a half-cell reaction. And so what happens is your copper ends up moving, well, your aluminum ends up moving to the copper, and it'll plate the stuff, and the nickel plating will get all clouded and bad. Yeah. Unless that's nickel-plated aluminum, and the nickel plating comes off. I'm a little concerned about that, but I think these are, the other ones that I have are copper. Because it's a heat sink. What hurt me over there? Oh, my power supply. You guys may have noticed the fluorescent snake on the table, but I didn't until it burnt me. These two leads were in contact with one another, and the power supply was like, cool, have 6 amps. Look at that fluorescent snake leading back to, dun dun dun, the power supply. Let's go ahead and turn that off. That's so crazy that wait, what did I just touch? I didn't touch off. That was the A button. There we go. Fluorescent snake, look at you go. Oh, that wasn't what heated up. This somehow shorted? Something short out the barrel plug. That's unique. How did that happen? I guess my leads didn't short. It was the barrel plug hitting up against maybe the syringe body. Or the scalpel body. What's OCP? You freaking smart people coming into my chat and using acronyms that I don't know. Not everybody is into the same acronyms as you are. You perverts. I have it set for 6 amps. So 6 amps was my general setting. It should probably be like at a 1. 1 would probably be better, but in the case of this short, I found it very quickly. I haven't had a fire yet. I've only had stuff like hurt me. And remember, you are the only thing in your shop that's going to heal. You know, if that thing on the lathe is broken, your boss is going to be mad, and it's not going to ever get fixed. So you and your soft appendages and your fingers and your wiggly parts, those will heal. The machines won't. So set your priorities. Okay, I'm out of stuff to do, and it is not even, God, it's not even that late. This is the continuation of the previous short stream, so, but we know that the epoxy can seal stuff pretty well, so. Yeah, we're gonna go to Tuesday because I've got too much shit to worry about this weekend. I've got a lot of stuff going on. I need to do banking, and I need to start doing, oh God, I need to upload a lot of videos. I'm only like a couple days ahead at this point, so I will be doing uploading. I will be here. I will be on Discord if you guys care to hear the musings of a weirdo. I need to do a little bit of shopping tonight, so I guess ending here is perfectly fine. I really want to try more stuff with that laser diode, though. So I think that's what we're going to work on Tuesday. I'm going to wait for you guys because the epoxy sets very quickly, and it's better for Twitch. So we can do like a dipping, and we can see if we can get water to actually flow over the body of that laser diode carrier, because I see no reason why this didn't work. I don't know why it held on to heat as if it was perfectly insulated. Even if there was a thin layer of plastic, heat should have moved through that, right? Yeah, a little bit of a discombobulated stream, but we got to play with water cooling stuff, and we got to play with lasers, and we got to play with water cooling stuff, so that's pretty cool. And we have our whole test setup over here with a good pump on it that I know won't fail. It's not some shitty little Amazon 12-volt pump. Those pumps are good, and it probably would have done perfectly fine, but I'm much happier with this setup, even though my stupid wall will be visible behind it. It gives a little bit of room for stuff to breathe. It allows airflow, and when I can get the other radiator in the mail, I can fix the boing, 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 blah, 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 blah. But I mean, this is pretty good, though. Pretty good. And I can't really move this any closer. I want airflow coming out of here. We've got a 60mm fan on the whole system. We should be able to dump all of the excess heat of Burn the Subs into water for no reason other than that it looks cool. Should work as the heat sinks available for cooling those, just house the laser in them. Yeah, I mean, this is actually what the heat sink would be. And there's also a version where this has just a big piece of aluminum around it, and that supposedly dissipates all the heat. So by all means, a little bit of water flowing around the case should be enough for this thing to dump all of its heat out. That's all it would be doing with the metal too. So, just been setting Tuesdays on Fridays. Yeah, I mean, I would like to get back in the saddle and do some driving game stuff, because I mean, I've got the whole setup back here. I would like to spend a little bit of time like packaging this a little better so that the driver is in like a good place and I can get to it. The driver's sitting up on the desk right now. I put that there as a reminder. But yeah, at some point we should do some video gaming. And then at another point, I'm going to get Julian and Dave back in here, but we'll get there. Yeah, passive cooling isn't neat enough. Is that an example? Let me take a look. I don't get any system messages on the Social Stream Blade. I need to fix that. I think there's a 99 cents for that, and I could probably run water through it too. There's a nice little opening in that extrusion that I could maybe make a little seal for and run water through that, and that would probably be fine. But, or I'd stuff a tube inside of it. The thing Chester said, you know, taking a drill bit, sealing both ends of a copper tube and spinning it around, that is a much better way to cool. That will allow for heat transfer to the metal on the outside, and then that'll be taken away by a longer run. But I think the plastic thing that I'm making will be effective. We just need to seal it properly. Cooling underneath. I could staple that thing to one of those Amazon aluminum blocks. Of course, then I'd have to nickel plate the block. All right, here's the end card. Unless Octoj already did it. Did he already do it? Nope. We had a bit more activity on what is it? What was it called again? YouTube today. So it's pretty cool. Thank you for setting those commands, Octoj. I really appreciate that. It's one little thing off of my mind that helps me at least somewhat run a stream. Okay. Yeah, you're not allowed to do the end command. Only moderators and myself. That's okay. It's kind of funny when it's like next stream is in -2 hours or 4 hours and 60 minutes. YouTube channel, it's here, exclamation point, VOD. This is where all the VODs are going from 2 years ago. Now, I had been streaming for 2 years already at that point. And so you're looking at a different bother. You're looking at a no bother without a dog who's looking weirdly down at a monitor and who somehow still has like passion in his eyes. Yeah. All right. I will catch you guys on Discord over the weekend, and I will be back on Tuesday, and we're going to be getting into this stuff again because it's still pretty fresh, and we actually made a lot of really good progress today. So yeah, I'm going to go take my corgi for a walk. You guys, I don't know, fuck off.